Good evening and welcome. So, the final Factorio Megabase stream. It's interesting actually how short this series was. Or maybe it hasn't been short actually, I don't know. I haven't counted how many streams have been completed, but it does feel like, oh, we're done. Plan B Terraform is releasing 1.0. Any interest in picking it up again? I haven't seen what has transpired with the development of the game. I felt that we played it and then it was like, yeah, okay. Plan B. Let me just check which one it is. Yeah. I think it was one of those where the interesting part was learning the game. And then once we learned the game, it was like, oh, okay, well, that's some weird mechanics actually. Like the whole thing about like how to group things, and they were sort of bouncing between different places, and it was so weird. Um, and so it was interesting to learn, but once I learned it, it didn't really make sense. And I don't think that really changes, because that seems like it's a fundamental part of the game. Um, like this weird interaction of sort of these things that bounced in a weird way. Yeah. So, and it looks like they've added a ton of interesting things, but ultimately, I think the core mechanic was just a little bit weird. So yeah, I think another game that has kind of also Terraform in the name, like Terraformers, was something I found really interesting. That was like a it was called Terraformers, right? And let me just check. Yes, Terraformers. I thought that was really interesting. It came out like some years ago, and it was kind of Colonize Mars, but it was a card-based game. So as you completed one game, you got new cards to add to your deck, and then you were sort of going to the city and go, oh, I have a power plant, or I have a distillation or something, and which one do I want? And then that became it became like super fun casual play, because that idea is something I really wish was explored more, like having City Builder being a card game with that roguelike element of you earn cards and then you can put them into play next time, and then you actually get better because you have better cards available. I think that's a super fun idea. And it fits very well with its City Builder, because maybe you don't always, otherwise it just becomes like Civilization, where you just build marketplace, library, bank, Colosseum, all the things that just become standardized for every single city, which just becomes bland and boring. So yeah, but that was actually a fun game, the Terraformers. Plan B, not so much. I don't think there's. I think I got a mail about it, and I didn't really respond to it. It didn't have any pull. The next game we're going to be playing is going to be Darkest Dungeon 2. There's a new update coming out tomorrow, unfortunately without voice lines from Wayne June, from pretty obvious reasons. And yeah, so that sucks. But I think it's going to be fun, and we're going to try it, and then we'll see what they do. This is what they wanted to deliver this year, was these three campaigns, and I didn't play the second campaign. But that's still around if we ever want to do that. But then wonder what will be next for Darkest Dungeon 2, if there will be something next. Who cares? Who knows? Who cares? I think the Kingdoms mode is way better than the Conquest mode. That was really... The Conquest mode seems so bad. They have Tone who's voicing the game now. No, there's no voice of the game. There is no voice lines. There's no narrator narrating anything. So you have the voice lines that already exist in the game, but there are no new voice lines. And if they make a Darkest Dungeon 3, then they, in my opinion, should go a completely different direction. They shouldn't be finding someone to be like, oh, this is as equivalent voice. No. They should go completely different direction. We talked about it last time, and then I was saying like they should go with a female, and someone mentioned like Avasarala. I can't remember her real name, but from Expanse, and that would be awesome. That would be something. That would be something, right? That would be as iconic, but it wouldn't be. Yeah, as we in it. Yeah. Exactly. Already died. I was right. It would be as iconic and as awesome as maybe almost as awesome as Wayne June, but it would be something completely different. So it's not the same shoes that are filled. It's a different set of shoes, which is how it should be when you take over someone else's legacy. You shouldn't try to copy them, because they probably do themselves better than anyone else can. So yeah. Yeah, so you kind of have... It's the same with actors taking over iconic roles like the Joker, for example. Like, you shouldn't copy someone else's Joker. You should kind of find your own interpretation. And there have been some good and some bad interpretations of the Joker. Batman is easier because he's, yeah, dummy. Real talk. Today is Banana Lovers Day. Excellent. Sponsored by what is it, Chiquita Bananas or something. Like, this is all of those. Today is International Something Something Day, is invented for daytime TV, so they have something to talk about. And promoted by their respective industries. So Banana Lovers Day is for 2 industries that are sponsoring that. It's brought to you by Potassium. No, yeah, it's the banana farming industry, and then it's the anti-constipation medicine industry that goes together hand in hand to promote eating more bananas. There we go. Yeah. Potassium. Is it potassium? Yeah, it must be. That's the stuff. Is it? I thought it was. Alright, whatever. I don't know. The banana industrial company. Yeah, but I thought like potassium is because it comes from potash. It's kind of how you invented it. Full of radioactive potassium 40. Really? Full of them. Jam-packed. They consist of basically nothing else. Yeah. Yeah, so today we are going to... I need to switch over so I can see that it's actually Factorio we're playing today. So today we're going to play some more Factorio. Well, are we really going to play? The whole point is that we shouldn't be playing Factorio today. We should just see that the game is now automated to a degree where it runs at a completely stable 1 million signs per minute and at a less impressive updates per second. But that's just the way it is. Yeah, banana without B is just pineapple. Only Europeans will understand that. But it's not banana, it's bananas. Got on the 1 million signs per minute. Well, I mean, so far it's just me saying it's not actually. You haven't seen it yet. But I did put a few hours in because I wanted to update the ship so that because the thing is, like, when you bring a ship home, you have to sort of first empty it from all the promethium, and then you have to take it to a ship dock, then you have to strip it apart and update it. Once it's updated, you have to make sure that it sort of fills up by itself so it can actually fly. Then you have to do some runs just to make it just inside the spin so that it fills up the belts with asteroid chunks so you're safe. Then it has to go out to the first run where it doesn't bring any, I was about to say bananas, but any croissants, and then it just goes out, collects 520,000 promethium, and then it can start its run, which takes 2.5 hours of in-game time, which is 5 hours of real time. So yeah, doing that for 1 ship at a time, and we had to do 3 ships on top of the ones we did last time. I just had to do it at the same time. So if the game is running slower, is it actually 1 million signs per minute? Yes, of course it is, because it's not. Because you can say it the other way around. Can you just speed up the game and then you don't have to build anything? You can just build 1 of each machine and then speed up the game correspondingly, and then you hit 1 million. Because if that's true, then it's easy to hit. You have to go by the in-game engine, not by real game speed, because then you can just speed it up. But you know, there's also sort of another measure of saying, oh, what is the real signs per minute, like real-time signs per minute, which is then becomes a hardware issue, and it also includes some kind of some part of design principles about designing as UPS efficient as possible, which I totally understand. But then you'd have to design the base from the ground up with that in mind, or tear down everything that isn't strictly necessary, which I don't really bother doing. I think it's kind of silly to stream it. But have you seen the new game Jump Space? Well, if I don't play games I don't stream, but no, I have not seen that. But I'll happily look at Jump Space. No, Okay. Is a mission-based co-op PvE for 1 to 4 player. At least it's 1 and not 2 to 4. Where you are the crew of a spaceship. Transition seamlessly from crewing the ship to on-foot exploration and spacewalks. Explore, upgrade, and survive intense encounters in deep space together. That's actually, it looks interesting, except for the together part. But it is also an FPS. But, you know, it looks interesting. It's one of those games where this game would be 10 times as popular if it was built on some IP. Like this game, it's set in the Expanse universe. Like, ooh, I'd be all over it, right? Because this could be put into an Expanse universe based on the 10 seconds of trailer content I've seen. But you know, it could be. It looks very much Expanse, like the tech level, the movement, it looks very much like it could be in the Expanse universe. And if that was the case, then I would be all over this game. Now it's like, whatever, it's a generic game, whatever. To get real life 1 million SPM, maybe there is an equilibrium with the up. First of all, don't build anything you don't need. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know it's possible with any sort of normal PC, because the biggest power or biggest UPS sink in Factorio right now is the ships going out to farm Promethium. And you got to do that. There is no easy way to do that. Maybe you could. I think that's the stuff you would put the hardest effort into optimizing. And then you'd sort of do a lot more direct insertion, and you'd do everything as fewest entities, most beacon builds, which means that the whole design becomes incredibly boring. It's just max beacon builds everything. And I just don't like playing like that. It's super boring. Doesn't look good. And I don't know what would be. So, yeah. It's time to buy a quantum computer just for Medium. Well, I don't think a quantum computer does what you think it does. It certainly doesn't just perform better. It does other stuff really well, but stuff like this, no, not so much. So, yeah. Yeah, but no. I mean, I am taking my PC for repairs yet again next Tuesday. So, and my son's PC is gaming PC is also kind of not great. So we're gonna grab both of them and go to my IT guy for just a checkup and seeing what we need to do. I hope it's not time to buy another new PC, but then if so, then it's gonna be around Christmas, New Year's, or something. I'm gonna buy it. What's wrong this time? Same as always. It's overheating. It's the Intel thing, and even though it's a new Intel processor, and we have set up the things that you can do to make sure that it doesn't overheat, and then it still does. And it does run hot, and particularly for really unoptimized games, so not Factorio, but StarCraft is notoriously poorly optimized, so that crashes all the time, and just takes like 5 minutes or something, and then of gameplay, and then it just maxes out and hits 100 degree on the CPU and shuts down. So yay! So no StarCraft 2 for me. Not StarCraft in the first one, but StarCraft 2 is notoriously poorly made. So, or Crisis for that matter, I could do that. Riftbreaker have update 2.0 YouTube videos coming out for it or not now? Not now. I have Riftbreaker the update to Riftbreaker is a multiplayer update. They sent me press information and wanted to hear if I wanted to do some content for it. And like the only thing that's really new, as I can tell, is you can now play multiplayer. And you know, is the one thing I don't do, that's multiplayer. Have you thought about using AMD instead of Intel? Well, I mean, I can't really just. I'd have to buy a new PC to switch. So. Definitely, that's very much on the agenda for next time. But I don't know anything, and that's why I need my IT guy to just recommend. They added megastructures. Okay. I don't know. I felt that the thing that got me disconnected from Riftbreaker was actually the tech tree. The tech tree is just so cumbersome and so expansive and so irrelevant. Like there are a million different ways of killing biters, and there's not biters or killing the enemies, and they're not really interesting. So, why you start a new campaign? Loading a campaign saves is buggy as hell. Wow. Yeah. Okay. A new campaign saying. So I love the campaign. I thought it was fun, but I think the gameplay loop is too much tower defense and not enough base building. Because the way the game operates is that so you have a limited amount of APM, actions per minute, when playing game, and it's not a high number for me. So what am I going to use the actions for? Am I going to use it for base building, or am I going to use it for fighting enemies? And you can only use it for that much. And then as they design the game, they kind of have to decide how much do we want to focus on one thing and the other thing. And that means that stuff like base building becomes extremely simplistic.
Your steadfast loyalty.
Daybell, thank you for the 5 months. I just finished the Factorio 2 run. Any suggestions what to do next? Megabase in vanilla in Space Age is super fun, actually. It was surprisingly fun. It's a completely different kind of challenges. So that would be my recommendation. But I don't play mods, so I'm not going to suggest another mod pack for you. Yeah, so regarding Riftbreaker, I just felt that it was too stressful, and I didn't find the balance working very well between going out and exploring, being home building the base, and defending against waves incoming. It just like there was never enough time to any of them, which is of course like the principle of it, like you don't sit and tinker with stuff, but that also means that you get a new unlock, bling, new tech. I go like, okay, so now I can turn green mud into power. Awesome. Oh, I get attacked. Oh, I get attacked. Okay, and then, oh, I could actually use this for some kind of turrets that, fuck, I get attacked. And then you never get to explore the tech tree because there's never any idle moment to explore the tech tree. And therefore it just becomes like, for me at least, completely default, completely the same thing, which means the tech tree is like 90% junk. It's just like, get to the damn minigun. Done. So... Why can't it tell because you're Mendelssohns? Because they play the sounds. That's why, kind of, and you hear the music. So that's pretty obvious. Like if you can hear it based on the sound, what screen it is, then it's a little more impressive. There are some, of course, that are easy, but like this, there's like, oh, that's a train pulling into a station. Don't think that stress you on time. I've had enough of that at work, and I'm not paying for the privilege of being rushed. Exactly, Plagocat. That's well put. This is exactly how I feel as well when coming to games. I like games that I can sort of stop at any time, preferably sort of have them run along while I'm just chatting and ranting and raving at something, and interacting with chat. When I played Teamfight Tactics, for example, it was a fun game, but it was so stressful that I couldn't talk to you, I couldn't do anything, and it was kind of a little bit frustrating. While, for example, when playing Elden Ring or Souls game, then you can basically just like, if I'm gonna stop here, nothing happens. There are no sort of patrols, there's no respawn, there's nothing that sort of changes by just staying put. So you can sort of, as long as you're in a safe place, you can take a break for as long as you like, and it won't change the game state. And I think that's also nice, even in Souls games. While you can't do that in Riftbreaker, it's just intense, and therefore it's just kind of not a good stream game for me, because it's too stressful. Either I play it on too easy mode and then I get bored, or I played it on just the right mode and then I don't have time to talk. And it's kind of the same thing I have a little bit of an issue with Against the Storm, which I absolutely love. I love the concept of Against the Storm, but it is so intense that I kind of sort of, when I'm in the mode, I can talk about what I do, but I can't talk about anything else because it's too stressful. And I find that makes it a less good game for me to play for streaming. Fine for YouTube for that matter, but not for not for streaming. I'd love to be able to sort of just chill and talk, and Islanders too, presumably. And for some, Doom Eternal on Night Ultra Nightmare is chill, but I'm not there. I'm not that kind of gamer. That's a Draku, I think. Just is super chill, just running through Ultra Nightmare. Just okay, different level of skill. But yeah, I don't know. Can you build a Megabase in Factorio? Probably, but whatever. So anyway, I think we just want to start jumping into the game. Before we jump into the game, I'll just say that since this game is going to be in a steady state, and we will do some little bit of tinkering, but not much, and we'll just be doing it. So you're very welcome to ask questions about the game, the setup, the choices, the configurations, but you're also very welcome to ask questions about other topics like real life or something. So it's going to be a little bit of an AMA if you feel like it. So we can, I'll allow myself extra time to get distracted today, because we're just gonna watch the bot be flatline all stream, and then just go around and checking things that it's okay, and then just reviewing it. And I'll explain stuff as we go along. But it'd also be nice to have some other things to talk about while we review the base. Cool. With that, let's dive in. Well, here we are. Let's see. Ooh, there's already a mistake. It's already up to 11. Oh no. It's overshooting. Oh wow. Look at that. FPS 27. Ooh, exciting. Let's see. So let's have a look. We have this indicator here. It says high Promethium. Hi. Here is 1.7 million of Promethium, and because of that, I'm holding back ships at... What have you done with the water? It's green. Green is nature colored, so it's green is good. We like green. So we have here, if there's more than 1.5 million science, Promethium science, then we take this token. This is the one that is allowing Promethium ships to get into, to move from Aquilo into the inner planets. So if I take this out, then it's no longer available, and that means it cannot be picked up by the shuttle, the token shuttle. This one is sitting here waiting, but it's not getting it because it's taken in a steel box. And when this one goes, you can see the schedule. It picks it up at Novice, drops it on Aquilo. When on Aquilo, you can see we have a ship here that's sitting here and wants to leave. It's sitting here on about 1 million Promethium science, but it's not allowed to leave because there's it's waiting for the barrel here to come in, this token. And this token is not coming in because I've locked it away until we drop, when we go here. When it drops below 1.5, then we'll allow it to go out. Then it will fly over, get launched a rocket, fly up to the token ship. The token ship will bring it to Aquilo. It'll be dropped on Aquilo. It'll be sent back up from Aquilo up to Moon, ship here Moon, and Moon will fly in. And by the time that happens, we spent about 500,000 science, and then we come in and drop down another 1 million science, Promethium science, and then we go out. So if we look at an overlay here in the star map, then we can see our ships. The 5 ships, they're all very big and juicy. Balnagari is heading out. Here, Magmarel is heading out. Then Davis is coming back. And Magmarel is coming. Bartik is coming back. Did they switch position now? Balnagari is here. And a little bit further out is Davis. That's here. And then on the way back, no, that's Davis. Magmarel, yes. Magmarel, Davis, and the next one here is Moon. Okay, so Moon is stuck here. And the next one after Moon should be Barthok. Yes. You're heading back. Full. And after Barthok, it should be Devis. Yes. Heading back. And then it should be Magmaril. Heading out. Yes. And then it should be Balnagari. Heading out. Yes. So there is a sequence here. It follows the sequence. I did set that sequence up. But right now, there is actually a chance that the next one up is Barthok, comes in, and actually flies over here and gets stuck on Aquilo and is sitting there waiting. How much FPS do I have? 27. Oh, 23 when I'm looking at this awful thing. So let's get the hell away from that. There you go. 26. Go to 28. 27. Yeah, 27 is it. That's what we want. When did you start your Factorio content creation journey? As in, when did you start uploading to YouTube? Hey, Distant, thank you for asking. A good question. A lore question. The origin story. On my son's birthday, it was... My first Factorio video was uploaded on the 26th of August. That's actually yesterday. Oh, I had an anniversary yesterday. Cool. It's actually my anniversary. 2016, so it's 9 years ago. That's my first Factorio video. Airboss, thank you for the 5 months. That's actually crazy. I didn't even think of that. It's I should be able to remember my anniversary because it's my son's birthday. I just checked and it was like, oh. So yeah, 2016 is when I started. So that's actually next year I have 10-year Factorio anniversary. Is that true? What's the 16? It must have been 17, right? So this is 1 million science produced. Yes, it's actually slightly more. Ah man, I should have. Huh. So you streamed it? Nope. I said my YouTube. Someone was asking about my YouTube, not about streaming. But sure, why not? I mean, 9 years ago he was 4 years old, so you know, not really minding that I'm spending the evenings streaming. And now he's 13 and still not minding me streaming. Oh, not that one. This one's also... Oh, look at that. I've actually not killed these. This is just trimming the ends. It's super not necessary. But it feels good to do that. That should drop our science. We want it to be just above 1 million, not any excess. A decade. Ernbrand, thank you for the 20 months. Well, it's all that interesting. Yeah, so Factorio was actually not the first game that I started streaming or started content creating for, but it was the first one that I saw a modicum of success. And therefore that kind of, well, stuck. I think the first games I played was, it was XCOM and it was Darkest Dungeon. Those were the first games I started creating content for. Darkest Dungeon was the first one I streamed, I think. I think so. Okay, so now we've trimmed it pretty well. Then we need to wait some time to see how far it drops and to see if we can delete a few more. We've deleted 4 and I think 6 is too much, but I think, yeah. In 2017, 2018. Oh, nice. So. I think my partner would kill me if I did anything but be a doorstep for my child on their birthday. So you don't go to work on your parents' birthday, you just You're just a doorstep. No work. Sorry, boss. I can't come to work. It's my son's 4-year-old fourth birthday. Like, so weird. Okay, so this is a warning, and it's not an important warning, but because it's been running so many times. But it is basically, this is just for sort of, so you get what's going on here. It's because the biter eggs are spoiling in 1 minute and 20 seconds, and we still have 6,000 left. Luckily, we're consuming 12,000 per second, so per minute, so it's not a big issue. But it's just, I put this warning in so that I can just check that everything is okay. And of course, it's been running quite a few times, but I don't mind sort of 5 times every hour coming in here and checking that, yeah, okay, it's fine. This is also why I turned down the volume of this significantly. I'll turn it down even more, but I need some kind of audio cue, otherwise I'm not going to see it. Yeah, so this one, we'll just kind of monitor that it's fine. Why were you starting your YouTube career instead of celebrating your son's birthday? I don't know how people celebrate their toddler's birthday, but apparently I'm out of the norm because I don't spend 24 hours a day focusing on the toddler on the birthday. Weird, but that's just not how it works for me. And I think it was a pretty good investment of time to make my first YouTube video. If I hadn't done that, you know, lots and lots of things later on would have been very, very different. I hate having birthdays. Yeah, me too. Actually, though, I have 2 friends who just celebrated birthdays, and now I kind of want to celebrate birthdays because of the way they celebrated birthdays. So one was, she's a facilitator of workshops, and then she was basically like, I have this place, please come on over, you're all invited. I'm not going to do anything. We want I'll just have the place, and you don't need to bring presents, but if you want food, bring food. If you want drinks, bring drinks, and if you want entertainment, someone bring entertainment. And it was just absolutely amazing because it was a lavish snack table with everything, and someone had organized a workshop which was thematically about birthdays and all that stuff. And it was like, oh, that's a pretty cool way. Just basically like, okay, it's not about presents because, oh, another bottle of wine and a flower. Woo! Because what do you give some 40-year-old spoiled brat? But that was pretty freaking amazing. And then I have another friend, a new friend. She had 2 birthdays, one for her friends and family, and another one was a kink birthday, which was just an orgy. And I was like, you did what? Like, yeah, that's a great way to celebrate. Like, yeah, I see that. I think you have a different group of friends than most people. If you just sort of having, if that's the kind of party that you just invite for, like, yeah, let's have a party. But you know, to each their own. Oh, there's this dropping down to 1 million. Yeah, 103. I could take one more of these out. I think they deliver a little bit more. So, yeah. Oh, no planning. Just show up and let kids play until I'm tired. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So, but, you know, probably more the first kind of party where basically go like, I have a place, show up and just bring stuff you want to see, have, and then we'll just have a good time. And then someone will be like, oh, I'm going to help pitch in on the cleanup, for example. So it was so nice. Is there going to be a tech redo soon for Gleba, or is that way off? I don't know what you mean by a tech redo. Do you mean for the Megabase? Because then the answer is no, because it's fucking awesome. This just could be deleted, but this is awesome. And or you mean for masterclasses? Oh, masterclass. Well, I mean, I'm in the process of it. I just released a masterclass last week on the first landing on Gleba. Then tomorrow I'm going to release one about the farming and bioflux. And then Next week, I'm going to release one about all the other production. And then we basically are done with Kleber for now. And then we move on to the next thing, which will be back on Novice for Biter Generation, I think. That's the plan. So anyway, I'm just going to go back and find some other question. There was another good... have you had any awkward moments with relatives because of your internet presence, like at family gatherings or something? Yeah, I don't go to family gatherings because I fucking hate my family. I mean, I don't, but it's just like I have nothing in common with them. There's nothing like why would I hang out with these people just because we shared some ancestry back in the days? I don't get it. Don't get the whole like family comes first. Like, no. I'd rather choose the people I want to hang out with instead of being like, oh well, you just happen to be brother of my mother, so therefore I need to hang out with your kids. Like, why? I don't get it. When your kids, sure, but I have no interest in my extended family. Um, but anyway, sometimes I run into them, and um, I I don't see them often. So I went into that. It's about mom's, my mother's brother. He's an author, and a critically acclaimed Danish author. He would say himself. He's not. He writes children's books, whatever. Um, and nothing wrong with writing children's books, but it's not exactly like he's the next Shakespeare or something. It's a little bit, yeah. So I was seeing my parents, and I'd been told, yeah, your uncle is here, or and I was like, there are also some other people, and he came over like, oh hi, I'm Henrik, and I'm like, yeah, I know, like, oh, because I hadn't seen him for 20 years, so he couldn't recognize me, and he was like, people can't find me on YouTube anymore, on Google anymore, like, oh, I wonder why, because he used to be the Nilaus in the family, and he took that name as sort of his pen name, or sort of used that name as his pen name, and was fine because when you Googled Nilaus, there was like a plastic factory. There's this author, and then there's the ambassador, who's also another one of my mother's brothers, and they're like, and now suddenly there's just vanilla done right, and they start automating master classes, Twitch streams, and you are not gonna find anything else. So, uh, yeah, that must suck if you search Nilaus plastic to find the plastic factory, and all you find is Factorio blueprints for building a factory. It's like, this is literally not what we were working on. So, uh, it was. I thought it was really. I thought it was funny, and he was fascinated and a little bit annoyed, but it was quite clear that he was kind of bothered by the fact that, yeah, that name is now synonymous with, yeah. Hmm. Yeah. I love my extended family, but I still don't hang out with them. Sure. I mean, I don't mind them. This is also one of those with extended family. So my mother's other brothers, kids. There are three kids. They're technically four, but three of them still hang out together. And I haven't seen them. My sister started seeing them, and then it was like, oh, we're going to see each other in Copenhagen. Do you want to come by? And I was like, yeah, I can come by. So I came by and I see these, and I haven't really seen them since we were like, I don't know, teens or something. Um, but apparently my sister, who's seen them regularly, had sort of updated them on my life. And then I see them, and then these are my cousins. Um, and and we're sitting there at a cafe in Copenhagen, and there's this guy who's a few years younger than me, who knows all the Nilaus lore, like more than you guys do. Like, oh, and you get fired from your job, but that was like on purpose. And then you were like this, and then you start your YouTube channel. I was like, oh my god, when was it you started Twitch streaming? I was like, why do you know all the Nilaus lore? This is so weird. Like, I haven't seen you for 15 years, and you are a fanboy. Like, it feels really awkward. And the thing was, some of they were had a little bit more troubled adult lives, sickness and stress and relationships and work and all the stuff that just kind of just made their lives a little bit more difficult. And I was basically like, I play video games and just go on dates and do like kinky stuff. That's kind of my life. Like, yeah, it feels a little bit bad sort of sitting here and then go like, yeah, my husband got cancer and you know, and he lost his job. And I was like, yeah, that was awkward. So, yeah. And so it's the, we can talk about other stuff, but yeah, again, like, because they're family, you hang out. But there's like, wouldn't hang out with these people normally because we don't have any shared interests, neither gaming nor kinkiness or anything else. So why do we sort of sit here and talk if there's nothing? Like the only thing that was like, oh, we used to go to parties, drag to the same parties when we were kids. Like, not really enough. So I feel that attitude includes the hell out of my wife, who actually has decent people in her family. Has decent people, yeah. And I was like, well, I mean, I understand it if you're a close knit family and you grow up and you continuously see each other, then it becomes like that becomes your friends and your family. If you see each other at, I don't know, at Christmas and Easter and summer and whatever and go on vacation together. And then you get close. But if you're not close and you don't have any shared interest and you don't have a shared life experience, then they're just random people. That someone picks some random people and those are the ones you have to hang out with. No thanks. My version of your answer is how you can spend time watching a random guy playing video games. And if I'm feeling cheeky, I answer, in fact, I pay him to be playing. Oh yeah, but that's I always just go like, you watch soccer, right? Go outside and kick around the ball. Why don't you do that? Like, well, it's different because this is professionals. Exactly. Exactly. Sometimes you want to watch professionals do their craft really well, and then you just want to chill and relax and enjoy someone else doing the hard work, which is fine. And it's especially when people watch American football, like put on some padding and go get yourself a concussion out there. Like, no, that's like okay. So stop judging me for watching something that isn't burly guys hitting each other. Yeah. So. Hello, Mr. Mini. Good to see you. Yeah, but there's still this stigma, I guess, about gaming, and it is fun. I went to a workshop in this weekend, rope workshop, and there's the model for who was the teacher's the teacher's model. The teacher was from Japan, and then they found a nice hot young model who's also into rope, and she was sort of and I hadn't talked to her because she's a little bit distant. And then we started talking, and then she was asking what I do, and I was like, I'm a YouTuber, and she was like, oh my god, and because she was so young that for her it was not like a YouTuber, because her reference was different from if I meet someone my age and I say I'm a YouTuber, their reference is, ugh. So my 10-year-old kid watches someone like you sitting there screaming at the screen while playing Minecraft. Ugh, is that I'm not dating this guy. I'm not even hanging out with this person. Like that's the usual response I get. While she was just a little bit younger, so she was like, "Oh, that's so cool!" And she's playing League of Legends and Teamfight Tactics, and it was like, "Okay, we could suddenly talk about gaming," which is fun. So, but I think there's very much an age part there. They have an annual family meeting and are cuddly and kind. Mine are all short-tempered, neurodivergent, and addicts, amongst other kinds of crime doers. I don't even want them to know where I live. Okay, that's. I think that's fine. I think you should adopt your spouse's family instead. That seems yeah. I mean, you kind of reveal your location in your handle. So, you know, sharing games and music. Sorry, but after your episode on Star Roger, I thought you were planning to stream the game. Did you enjoy playing the game? I mean, I can't stream the game because it's not released yet, so there's not really much I can do about it. It's unavailable until 6th of January when the release date. So as much as I'd love to play more Star Rupture, then it's not going to be until next year. So next year, absolutely, come back and we're going to be playing a lot of Star Rupture. But there's no way for me to play it now because it's not available. I can work and watch you play. It helps me to not spend too much time playing myself, keeps the wife happy and me happy. Yeah, it's also something that you can easily, especially in a day like today, you can easily just walk away from it and just, if you're in the middle of an intense game, like let's say you play StarCraft or League of Legends, and they go like, "Hey, honey, can you just help me with the groceries?" or some other cliche like that. You go like, "No, I have to pwn some noobs," and that's probably not conductive of a good relationship. So so probably better to not pwn some noobs, as we said in Gen X internet slang. That's actually funny. That it just came to me. Like that is really some of the first internet slang I remember. Hey, Moon has left, and Moon is now dropping back here. And let's see, we're up to 1.8 million now. Nice. Weekend nap. Nice. Yeah. Has learned to fall asleep listening to Nilos. Oh, nice. That's nice. I do try to have a little bit of a more soporific stream than most YouTubers, so trying to avoid too much of the screaming and shouting. So could be the new age, Mr. Sandman. Indeed. Yeah. You have to say it with zeros to make it authentic. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce the zeros. I only pwn noobs when I play my kids at Monopoly or something. Oh, here's the thing. And when you beat your kids in some game, then really to rub it in, you say, "And I'm banging your mother." Say that to your kids. That'll teach them, like really own them hard. I don't know. So, let's see. Watch tutorial on TV and have me sitting by, actually enjoying this. Keep both of us happy. Oh, nice. Father of Year Award. Yes, exactly. There was a question about parenting. I think those questions have been answered thoroughly. All the time my teens hate it. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah. Yeah, that's a hmm. Do you know how old your average viewer is? I mean, there are some meager statistics, but generally based on the active viewer, my active viewer is, this is how you work in marketing. You have like personas which define like the archetypical viewer, and sort of go like, okay, so this particular viewer or customer is, how do you approach that person? And if you find out sort of, you design these personas, and those are like, okay, so how do we market towards this persona, and they represent a cohort of like-minded customers. It's just easier than sort of looking at demographics and goes like, it's a little bit wishy-washy. But then you define it as personas because it's much easier to direct targeting at specific personas. So that specific persona is a 35 to 40-year-old white man from Western Europe or US, and has a degree in either software engineering or other engineering fields, software developer or engineering. That's kind of the persona that is most prevalent around here. And of course, there are many other variants, but that is the sort of the core of the active audience around here. And yeah, white man from Western Europe. But I don't have. You have a philosophy degree. All right. I met two of these. Yeah, and of course there are many other people who don't fit the mold, but there are a lot that fit this mold. And the thing is, like, this is also something like, I have an MBA, so I do also think in these terms. So it's also like, how do I I know this customer segment. You all use ad blockers and you fucking hate ads. And I understand it. You also, now I'm talking you to that specific persona, you also have more disposable income than, say, a random Fortnite or Minecraft streamers audience have because they're 12-year-olds and they don't have a disposable income. That means for me, if I want to give you something, match you, then I would say, okay, I'm not going to do excessive marketing because you know as much as I do that it's fake as fuck. So me promoting Square VPN is bullshit, and you know it, and I know it, and me just keeping a distance from it earns a little bit of respect from you, which I like. Um, and therefore, I'm not pushing that. That's why I don't do ad integrations. Also, I hate it myself, and I know that you guys hate it as well, and therefore I don't do it. I couldn't not do it, or I could not do it if my audience was 12-year-olds because there's no way to monetize them any other way than just shoving ads down their throat. It sucks, right? That's just how it is. But for me, it's about sort of, can I deliver some value and then just choose some things to deselect and then hope that by deselecting this, I will match better with you as the audience, and then you will sort of out of your own pocket decide that, hey, I want to support this guy because I like his approach to things, and he chooses not to sort of go all in and about ads and integrations and sponsorships, but actually is very selective about it. I respect that. I want to support that. That's the business. That's sort of the business angle of that. So it's not just sort of from the goodness of my heart. It's I hate it myself, but I also know you hate it, and therefore I choose to deselect it and see
Our illustrious champion returns.
if I can build a business
Welcome home.
without those things by sort of delivering value in terms of blueprints, designs, save games, videos, and then hope that you will be voluntarily supporting, which only works if it's a customer segment who has disposable income. So, does it make sense? From Canada, when I said US, I was thinking like, someone from Canada is going to be missed out. I should have said North America because it's, yeah. It's from the arts and craft field. There goes your statistics. Well, statistics are the beauty about statistics is if you've had your conclusion and your data doesn't match your conclusion, then you just define everything that doesn't match as outliers, and then voila, you got a nice straight line that shows the correlation that you want to show, and everything else is just outliers. So easy. There we go. I just taught you statistics 101. And Maycom, thank you for the 33 months. Did we miss something? Are we going to stop streaming? No, I'm not stopping streaming. I'm just stopping this series because it's working so goddamn perfectly. And if we look at here statistics-wise, if we look on 2 hours, then there was a little bump here because we got the new text. But it's now... Is it 2 hours? No. 1.9 hours. 1.9 hours is an awful measure. But 2 hours ago was the last hiccup, and now it's running stable. And it's consuming 55 per minute. That's actually a lot more than I thought. Huh, I thought it... 55 per minute. Okay, so this is what it consumes to maintain the science. We count outlast 30% of the time. Exactly. Want to get rid of disposable income? There is the obvious way of gifting subs, but Twitch, Amazon takes a cut of that. Is there any way to donate without you losing some cut? Prinkle, yes. You can do like socials. There's a direct link, which used to actually be something that was used a lot, but over the last years, nothing has happened. It used to actually be sort of about maybe $300 a month on direct donations. Now it's nothing. Now it's like $10 a year. So there is a direct link, of course, because I don't sort of promote it or anything because and then but the best way, Pringle, if you want to support, is by Patreon. Patreon is the best way to support because it gives stability for me because it's a recurring thing, and it gives a little bit of benefit to you. So there's Patreon is by far the best way to support. It's also a very small cut. There will always be someone taking a cut because you have to manage it somehow. The direct donations is the least cut, but even PayPal is of course also taking a cut. So, if only I stumble upon this convo after the salary day. Yeah, well, I mean, it's 3 days hence, so yeah. With that lesson, I'm going to get dinner ready. You enjoy dinner. French omelette on the menu. Are you eating, Miss Timony? You can't do that. EMG is a question on me. Make it to 1 minute. Thank you. How do you find inspiration and motivation to continue with the series or start a new one? Yeah, that's you guys. I have a creator urge, and I do have that for anything. So if I get good at something, I want to teach. I want to share it with other people. Let's see, this one coming in. We are still having Hypermethium. Yeah, 1.9, very high. Yeah, so I have this urge to share, because otherwise I sit and build something great, or whatever it is, a hobby or something, and I'm like, I want to share it, and having someone to share it with, which I really appreciate having, it's an amazing thing. That is the motivation for me. So of course there are games that I enjoy playing, but my main enjoyment comes from content creation. Like, I wouldn't have put 9,000 hours into Factorio if it wasn't for content creation. So it's that's how it is for me. The motivation is, okay, I actually have a little bit of a different way when I'm thinking, like, okay, what am I going to be doing as the next thing? Then it comes, it's a Venn diagram of 3 things. Now I can't remember what the 3 things are. It's stuff that I'm good at, stuff that I enjoy, and stuff that is popular. So those are the 3 things that ideally, it has to be 2 of them, but ideally I want to find something with 3 of them in there. And that's the challenge generally. So for example, Factorio, I'm good at it. I enjoy it. Yeah, but sometimes I don't enjoy it, and then it's not good. And then it's popular. Yeah, it's also popular. So that's why Factorio is so dominant here on the channel, because it's popular. I'm good at it, and I enjoy doing it. But if I then sort of don't enjoy Factorio for a while, and I need to sort of put it on the shelf, then I know that I will be enjoying it again in a year's time, because then I want to dive in. So that's why I'm not playing a little bit of Satisfactory now and then. I'm not playing a little bit of Dyson Sphere. I'm just putting it on the shelf so that I get like a burning urge to play Dyson Sphere Program again. And when I jump in and go like, oh my god, I can't remember the hotkeys, but I'm so excited, then I will enjoy it again. If I was sort of grinding away on Factorio every day, all day, then I would lose my desire to play. And therefore, it would just be like, yeah, I'm good at it and it's popular. Then the popularity would probably also diminish over time if it was the only thing I did. And you see that a lot with like one trick pony. If you only have one thing, and then it gets really difficult to be innovative, whether that's like a speed run or challenge run, like at some point you can't do many more challenge runs in a single game. So Ikigai? A Japanese concept referring to what an individual finds as the meaning of their life. Good at, love, need, paid for. Yeah, okay, I kind of do what the world needs and what you can be paid for. I think I combine those into one and just being like popular. But yeah, there is a distinction also, sort of what the world needs is, in my terms, popularity, and what you can get paid for. Yeah, there's some things that are always just more popular than others. There are games that I can play that are popular and I can enjoy it, but they're not really money makers in that respect. So, have you considered an overhaul of the Starship logistics distribution system? Yes, I have. I absolutely have.
but I'm not going to because it works, and tearing it down is bad. It's difficult because it'll break a million things. I've been fixing a lot of things, but I think I want like a different setup in the future. Um, the first thing I did was I did one ship per planet, and that was just basically going around taking stuff from the home planet and then dropping it off at the other planets. And then that was the first step. And then it was like, okay, but there's also something that it needs to bring back, which is not distributed from Gleba to all planets, but only Gleba to this planet. So is it how if I take the outbound from Gleba, then it's going to go to all planets, and it's kind of a shame to put I don't know carbon fiber on all planets. I don't need carbon fiber on all planets. I only need it on Volcanus where I make rocket turrets. So don't bring it everywhere. So then I just went like, okay, well then the Volcanus is distributing things from Volcanus, and when it comes to Gleba, then it will pick up the stuff that's only coming back from Volcanus, which is fine. And then you find out that 2 planets now need carbon fiber, and then you go like, I should just export everything to everywhere anyway. And then you find out something needs more plastic, and then you need a dedicated plastic ship, and then so on and so forth. And it just kind of, it's a good principle until it starts breaking with the exceptions, and the exceptions are going to kill it. So I think that in the future, I still think I'm going to start with that, but I don't like it. But I think it would be this way of doing it here, instead of saying, okay, I have something from, yeah, I don't know, because these ones are like specific on a trade lane, but there will also be things that are here, for example. This is what is distributed from Aquilo to all the other planets. Yeah, they all need some power plants, but why are they getting every planet getting railguns and legendary? Why is every planet getting 20 legendary railguns? That makes no sense. They're super expensive. Why are they getting that? Like this one, sure, but this should not be. Yeah, that's a no. Right? And they don't need. Why do we need 10,000 foundation on Nauvis, for example? Not a great idea. Or Gleba for that matter. So this system here kind of sucks. But if I only did this system with trade lanes, then I might have some things that kind of sucks because they needed to be distributed from everywhere. For example, goes to Phoenix here. Like every planet needs 3,000 transport belts and 1,000 undergrounds and 200 turbo splitters. They all need it. So should I then craft that for every planet? Or should I have the one that is like this trade lane should have the same things and this trade lane should have the same things? I don't know. And this trade lane as well. Because then I'd have to create the same thing multiple times, and then I forget legendary medium power poles on one of them. And, right. And then I have to update all of them. So some things are distributed from one to all, but most things are distributed on a trade lane. So I think that's kind of how I like it. Myself, even without even considering the benefits of our community, etc., the £6 per month is insane value for 12 to 20 hours of regular content. It's effectively a donation. That is effectively donation optional. Thank you, dude in the pack. Much appreciated. And this is exactly what I'm thinking. But the problem with that philosophy is that it's really difficult to get people to, like, there's a lot of people who want to and have been thinking about it 10 times when I call out in the video, but that compelling event of people actually finding their credit card and going to Patreon and saying, that's the hurdle, that's the stuff that's really difficult. And that's where blueprints are actually super happy, super good, because there might be something like, let's say this blueprint where you go like, that I need. Okay, that's the compelling event to actually sign up, because I don't bother building this myself, but I get it and I understand it, or I want one of these ships as well, and I'm not gonna sit there and pause the YouTube video and then just kind of figure out where all of these go, and I'm just gonna say, fine, this is my $5 a month, and then now I have it. And that's something, that's what really works with blueprints and save games for that matter, is this part of just getting that compelling event. because every time, like there's lots of YouTubers where you go like, oh, I should support this guy, but you never really get around to it. Because I get to the end of the video and there's like, oh, okay, it's a call out to the patrons. Okay, that's nice. And oh, new video. So having that something, right? Centralized production as much as possible. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do in the future. That's going to be basically everything is going to be moved to Volcanus and then distribute from there. And then resources will be brought in, but then from there outbound there. So, do you have any plans to do UPS optimization and try to get towards 16? Nope, I don't. It's not worth it because if we look at here, oops, there's just so much junk. And maybe some of it can be torn down, and then I tear it down, and suddenly something breaks because I don't really know what the hell I did, and something was actually super essential. This thing here is, for some reason, essential to go into something else that goes into. Yeah, for example, this is a good example actually. I thought so. This, if this stops, everything is fucked because then I don't have belts anymore, and therefore it would be easy to take this down. Like, oh, it's legacy stuff, not needed, but it was. So I don't want to be overhauling the whole thing because it'll break so many other things. This is also why it's not really that relevant. Oh, this is fun. These can't be deleted or what? Interesting. Okay, somehow they couldn't. Here's as well. Yes. Very important. And the last ones. Oh, also you. That was not even selected. Yeah. Ah, that was not selected. Okay. There's a lot of... Now this is not selected. Weird. Okay. Well, it did work. I missed the need to get a lot of resources and transport them in space age. Train system was one of the favorite aspects of that, and the space platform don't scratch that urge. Absolutely, completely agree. It's at first it's cool and by all means this is cool to see this whole thing launch, but it doesn't have the same. It has this wow for the 10 seconds of launch animation, but it doesn't have the same. Continued busyness of the base when you sort of zoom out on your Nauvis base and then see trains everywhere and you just see them queuing up and going into stackers and going. That's a real logistics feel. But the other, now all the main logistics feel is hidden. It's gone. It's out of sight, which is super much a shame. Yeah. So Barthak is sitting here waiting for the input token to come in. Let's see where that input token is. It is still here. Yep, and that is because we are sitting at 1.6 million. So when that drops below 1.5 million, the token will be brought all the way over to Aquilo, and then Barthak will be allowed to move in. Also, here's an interesting thing. Barthak is on hold, but Devis is now queuing up, getting closer. There's only 100,000 kilometers until you're there. Then it means that we actually have multiple ships sitting idle, waiting to be allowed to come into the inner system, which is interesting because I'd rather want them to sit on Aquilo and wait to go in than I want to set them over Nauvis, because here on Nauvis they would start requesting all the biters, and I don't want that, and the biters would not go into the right ship. So they sit out there in the outer rim, and they're gonna summon in by the signal of an epic petroleum barrel. So I just need to take a break. I see a lot of good comments that I'm going to read up, and we'll continue afterwards. This is good. Looking fine. We're already 22 million into the 500 million for the next science. Oh yeah. There's something. Let's make sure that we take a save once in a while. There. Let's have one of these that are actually doing stuff. There. I'll be back in 2 minutes. there's a bell. There's a bell. And let's just check that things are all good. Plenty of signs left. This is the one thing that I'm most impressive about this design. So you can see here. Let's look at the production statistics. Here. So what happens is that it picks up the biter eggs at Navis, and then starts producing. Then it produces at maximum rate for 30 minutes straight, until it has consumed every single biter egg, which equates to 330,000 eggs. However, 330,000 eggs is 825,000 promethium, but I only start with 520,000 promethium back on Navis. That means that before the 30 minutes is up, I have to collect 305,000 additional promethium, which means that I need to get the biters, produce, and then before the 30 minutes is out, I have to get as far out into the promethium fields in order for this collection to get up here, and the area underneath this graph has to be 300,000 before it runs out. And as you can see now, when here it has just stabilized at 31. We saw that before I started the talk, it was at 31,000, and it still says 31,000 because now the harvesting rate is 30,000 per minute, and the consumption rate is 29,000. So we're actually, right now, we're just barely collecting a little bit more. We don't even see anything sort of branching in here. I'm just going to lower this voice here. There. We don't see anything branching in, so everything still gets consumed. These full belts, but we might collect a little bit faster than the belts can. So right now, there are full belts coming in, and these full belts are getting consumed. See now, this has stopped because we used the last biters. And how much time do we have left on the biters? We have 40 seconds left. So this incredible design, so that we just barely, with the speed of the ship, this production of the ship, the harvesting of the promethium, just perfectly balances out so that we burn through the last of the biter eggs with 40 seconds left, and we're down to 30,000 buffer, and then as soon as we stop, we burn the last biter eggs, it just shoots up at 30,000 per minute of additional promethium chunks. And then how do I work this? Well, I found out that 1500, that's 25 minutes, flying out for 25 minutes and flying back for less than 25 minutes, 22 minutes, is exactly what needs to get me to come back to exit the promethium fields with 520,000 promethium, so that the cycle repeats. I could shave this a little bit off, like maybe 30 seconds, but I don't need to. So I'd rather keep it sort of, safe from that. I think that's awesome. All right, thank you, Conrad, for joining. I'm really, really happy that this one, we can make it so that it works out like this. Of course, the thing that I can manage is always like this number. The smaller it is, the better. But you also have to make sure that you actually are able to collect enough before the storage runs out. So, yeah. Let me go back and see some of the questions from before the break. I set it up. Okay, and then there's always going to be a few things spawning, because they are the ones that are stuck in here will always just kind of spawn, and that's inconsequential. I set it up so I've got a freighter per planet that picks up things produced there, and planets each have a unique request group for what they want. Don't care where it comes from, as I built some things on multiple planets. It worked for my myself. I think that's a good idea, but you then disconnect the request. You basically have Volcanus is exporting assemblers, or it might be like now it's exporting assemblers, and then you move production over to Volcanus now exports assemblers, but on Gleba needs assemblers, and that's a different group. So what I've done is like said, okay, the Navis export includes assemblers, and then all the other planets, they want Navis exports. But I think that having a separate requester group for each, it's going to be a little bit of an annoyance to set it up, because everyone needs belts and inserters and longhand inserters and power poles and blah, blah, blah. All the stuff that's basic is needed everywhere. So you have to set that up more times now. But on the other hand, you have that flexibility. So I can see the point, but I don't think there's any. I don't think there's a right way to do this because they all bad because you can't do pull requests. Do you think you would do an importer network based instead of shoot run, where you have 1+ ship per planet that runs around to each planet and makes something that needed and unloads it? You can't really do that, right? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, you can do that. You can basically say, what I've done is I've said one exporter ship, but you're producing and one importer ship. So you basically, it works. Yeah, I guess it's the same thing. Maybe it's better actually, because I don't know. Maybe it's better. I don't know. I think it works. Yeah. It's probably been thrown around here. I really like the idea of import-oriented logistics when it comes to interstellar logistics. There is a supply ship for each planet that picks up, now we're saying supply ship, but it's actually a demand ship, I guess. Pick up stuff from the other planets that it needs stuff from. So every planet has a planet-specific import group, and then there is a general import group for stuff that wanted on all planets. Yeah, I think maybe an import design is better. I think the reason why I didn't go for that first is because you actually start on Nauvis and you want to export from Nauvis to Volcanus as the first external planet, and therefore you start by sort of thinking of it in terms of export, and then you start making stuff on Volcanus and you go, oh, the stuff on Volcanus also should be exported, instead of saying, okay, now I'm building Fulgora, let me import things to Fulgora with a specific ship. And conceptually, maybe importing is better. As a civil servant, I have the mentality of if you don't use these services and support them, you'll lose them. Right. I think it would be a cool concept to have more multi-planet dependencies, like some items you can only get from combining multiple different planet-specific items, like quantum processors, for example. Right. That's like the easiest example of it, right? Volcano specific, Fulgora specific, Kleber specific, and the Aquila specific, right? This is the pinnacle, the quantum processor. I don't know. I don't think it makes much of a difference at this point. I do think that, like, I understand the point of having Kleber do plastic. Did I delete it? Yeah, like Kleber do plastic is so efficiently doing plastic, but it sucks to transport thousands plastic per second. It just still sucks to do it. So, and those are the scales of plastic you need. So the whole idea of making basic items on one planet and exporting them somewhere else is really not working, because I don't want to build the logistics to export 2,000 plastic per second. And it's just overwhelming amount of effort to export 2,000 plastic per second. Like, it's a rocket per second that has to launch. Every single second a rocket has to launch continuously. That's a lot. And that's probably what you need to get there. And then that also just means that it's not where you want it. It comes down on the center of that planet, and it might be needing to brought out on Fulgora or on Volcanus. So I don't, yeah. I think it would be nice if there was a stronger incentive. I don't know how. Because on the one hand, I also think that logistics, planetary logistics or rocket logistics is too easy. It's too easy, but it doesn't scale. Like, trains are complicated to set up, but scales incredibly well. Rocket logistics, they are super simple to set up, but mean, they also scale really well, but not really, because again, if I was importing plastic to Volcanus, then I wouldn't have a plastic out here where I might need it. I would have plastic there, which is definitely not where I need it. And then I'd have to find a way to get it from here to here or here or here or here or here or here or here, which is the impossible part. Trains? No. And therefore it's better just to say, oh, I need some plastic over here. Yeah, sure, let's just make some plastic. Like for example here, I just make this plastic. Done, 600 plastic per second. Right? Why would I bother importing and bringing stuff up here when I can just stamp down this? So I feel that there's something missing. Yeah. Have you gotten a page on? Ah, cool. Be funny if just deleting those tracks gave you 1 or 2 UPS. Oh, right. Yeah. Right, those tracks here, yeah, that they might be like stuck in a loop. There might be something really big, like some recycling setup. Like for example, this is probably not super effective. This might also just be some nightmarish thing that we really shouldn't have at this point, because it's just non-full belts that move, and wow, there's a lot of belt segments that all have to be updated 60 times per second, which is obviously not doable. Ah, it dropped. So the Quillo base is definitely the best option. Yes, absolutely. But it's also because it's the last one. I did not overhaul Fulgora, so if I did, it would look better. I did not overhaul Volcanus very much. But if the whole base looked like this, I would also think this looks pretty damn amazing. You could just have one line with all the stuff in here, and then just keep launches up here. Like, I think this looks amazing. I do. So basically when, yeah, are all the Prometheum ships overhauled to Mark II? Yes. And now we have 2 ships waiting. And we don't have that marker, so we should be seeing... Huh. Okay, on the way, 1. So we are sending the next ship in, and where are we at? 1.2 million. Ooh. Okay, there's a tag that I just have to write up. Rebel Decibel. I'm 35. Haven't had intimacy with wife for 2 months, and today she suggested we should have a quickie. Isn't that absolutely fucked up? I'd be curious. I'd probably not. Like, now I'm talking from personal experience. There can be a point in a relationship, in a stale long-term relationship with kids and careers, where you want to be intimate with your wife. You don't know how to initiate, and therefore nothing really happens, and it just becomes like, so it's kind of Wednesday, you know, it's been a week, and that's not very sexy. And I would say, hey, if you want to, go ahead, and then just be curious after and say, like, ooh, that was a delightful surprise. That was weird. Is it? What's come over you? Want to do that some more? I mean, there could be all sorts of reasons. I would definitely do what you feel you need to do. Don't politicize it. Don't make a statement out of it. Don't do it. Just if you haven't been intimate and you want to, and then you get the offer, yeah, go ahead. But I would also just afterwards go like, can we talk about what just happened? Because this is new. Is this how it's going to be moving forward? Is it okay if I also ask for it? Can we also just cuddle a little bit as well? Like, there's a million things that would be I would be curious about when something changes, because that's the thing. Like, what has changed that motivated it? Maybe she had an affair and she no longer has an affair and now she's so desperate she comes back to you. I'm just saying, like, worst case scenarios, that could be a thing. It could also be the fact that she has been sort of flirting with you for the last 2 months and you just didn't get it. You just didn't get it. And now she's like, fuck it. Come on. How much more direct can I be? I've been like, oops, I dropped something. And you were just like, drop something, whatever. And maybe that's, maybe you just didn't get the hints. And then she's tired of just giving you hints. And then she's very explicit. There could be a million reasons, but I'd definitely be curious about it. She wouldn't even consider such a thought. That was more of a reaction to my previous playful joking around. I mean, it's your wife. That's it. You know, it's okay to talk to your wife. I would recommend it even. Because otherwise, someone else is going to talk to your wife. Reaction to my previous playful joking around on her own, she wouldn't consider such a thought. I'm kind of pissed off. Ooh, I'm getting a really bad vibe from you. I'm getting a bad vibe from what you're saying. Like, of course, there's a lot of context, but you're saying like playful joking around. Like, I don't think so. Like, the vibe I get is like saying something and then half joking and half not joking, and then it becomes like a little stab, and then she goes like, all right, fuck it. If you want it, then do it. Then just do it now. Come on. I'm tired of hearing your snide comments about that. Let's do it. All right. And because I think that's what can often happen is that if you're starved, then it's a playful comment. No, it's not. It's not a fucking playful comment. It's a bitter remark that sows poison in a relationship. And I'm not saying that's how it is, but it sure as fucking hell sounds like it. That this is like, oh, it's a playful comment. I'm just like, oh, we never have any. Oh, you have time for that? Well, no one has time for me. Whatever. Like, these comments, like, they're not playful. They are spiteful. And then she might be like, I'm so fucking tired of listening to this shit. If you want to do it, let's do it. Let's get it over with. And you can stop those side remarks. That's the vibe I get. But why is it always me that has to initiate? 100%. She doesn't want that at all. Maybe be curious about that. I mean, now, the places, the communities in the Tantra community, everyone has the same story. Everyone, without an exception. People are in their 40s. They've come out of a long relationship, usually marriage. They might have kids, and they've had a sexless marriage relationship for a couple of years, and now they are coming out and they go like, there must be more to life. And they find Tantra, they find BDSM, they find rope, they find kink, they find whatever. And they go like, ooh, that's everyone's story. Everyone's story is exactly like this. And that's also going to be either you or your partner's story. And when you talk to people like this, it's always like you lose the interest in intimacy in a relationship. I did as well. I can talk from personal experience. My wife did as well. And now we're both very sexualized. We're just not with each other. How? Why? You can get stuck. Fix it or it breaks. And why does it always have to be you taking initiative? Maybe she wants to be submissive. Maybe she wants you to take initiative. Maybe there's also the part, like, if someone says, I want to have sex every day, the other person says, I want to have sex every month, then, or it's like every week or every month, then it will always be the one who is on a weekly schedule who has to take the initiative, because the other one never gets to have the urge, because there will always be, it's the same as cleanup. If I want to clean up every 2 weeks and my partner wants to clean up on a daily basis, it will always be her that does the chores because she'll get annoyed about it first. There's a shorter cooldown, and that's why you always have to take initiative. And maybe it's just not very interesting. That's also a thing. Like, if a lot of a lot of the people in the tantric or kink community are always like, oh, I thought I was asexual because I just didn't want to have intimacy with my partner anymore. I'm like, yeah, you weren't. You were just not interested in that type of relationship. And that's the easy thing, right? Yeah. But there's also the part of it's also totally fine that someone is like, but then that would be very good to articulate it. Like, I love it. I love being taken. I love it when you take the initiative and you just take me and do stuff with me. It's like, all right, cool. If that's the vibe that you want, then sure. Then we can play with that if that's the thing. Maybe your girl spouse kink or someone else will. Yeah. Can you meet with her your desires, your dress about? Yeah. Yeah, but I think that it's like, why is it always? I think that it's a cooldown issue to sort of talk in gaming terms. If you have a shorter cooldown, you will always be the one who takes the initiative, and then you kind of have to talk about it, and then it might be very well that I'm drawing a hypothetical scenario. Her dream scenario is kids are away, romantic dinner, wine and dine, talk, and then cozy up and be intimate. Lovely. That can only happen on a monthly basis because life and careers and all that stuff, and that's fine for her. But that's really how she wants it. And you'll be like, no, I 3 times a week. Come on. And it doesn't have to be all wine and dine. It can just be a quickie. It can be this. Or, okay. You need to talk about it. Like, what are you going to do about this? Are you fundamentally incompatible? Is it time for you to explore other options? Is it like, or is it just going to be like, okay, once a week then? But I mean, whatever you decide, but it's very important to figure out if you are the same place. So. Sit down and talk more. You need to kind of good common ground. Yeah. Just can't handle emotions flooding that conversation. I want to discuss things like adult, but it always ends up with tears and such crap. Now I feel that you're rage baiting. Tears and such crap. Why is she going to tears? Man, maybe you saying it's such crap is not really helping the process. Yeah. It's I would professional help, right? It's if you have that response that it's tears and such crap, get a third party mediator. First of all, don't say stuff like that. Being vulnerable and crying is really hard, and if you don't feel that you're being held in that moment by your partner, then you don't dare show emotions anymore, because you're going to be repressing it. And then if you can't show the hard emotions, you're not going to show the good emotions. Like that, right? If by you saying tears and such crap, you're saying your emotions are not welcome. Well, lust is an emotion, and that's not welcome. So if I shut down my vulnerability, I'm also shutting down my lust. It's the whole thing is shut down. It's just like, who's watching the kids tonight? What are we gonna have for your dinner next week? Have you paid the mortgage? I'm gonna be late home for work on Wednesday, because you just said no emotions and crap. Like, I'm just telling you what it happens on the other side to this kind of. So, like, come on, grow up. Yeah, I don't think you're I don't think that your wife is the problem. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Your wife is not the problem. She's gonna find someone like me, who will listen and be there and give her. And it's the same shit. I've been there so many times. It's the same story I've told you. This is what happens in these communities. There are people who come there have been coming out of bad relationships because they were not seen, they were not met, they were not held, they were not shown the comfort and stuff because it was like tears and crap. And I'm not better myself because I've been there myself. I was there. I was also just unable to talk to my wife about these things because every time we did, it escalated lightning fast into like a critical, like a conflict, and it like a small thing became a big conflict, and I hated these big conflicts, so I just left. And then she wanted to retain the conflict, and I was kind of getting overwhelmed, and I couldn't think straight, and I kind of wanted to back off before I said or did something stupid. So I ended up sort of running away and go for long walks. And then I came home, and I was like, I was clearing my mind, but she was completely unresolved, and it kept being like that pattern of her not being met and listened to and having that conversation, and me sort of being overwhelmed and sort of running away from the problems. And it's our sort of default attachment patterns that come from our childhood that dictate kind of how we handle those kind of emotions. And being aware of it is a lot of helpful. For almost 14 years, we have our dry spells, but we have to communicate or things go bad. Absolutely. So I'm definitely, I've been there myself, and I can also see the flaws that I did. And I'm sorry, but I can see myself in those kind of comments. I would also say like, it's always like emotions and crap, and it's like, but where does that come from? Like, some people can be really emotional, and overly, and can be dramatic, and maybe that's also an issue. But it also, now I only get your perspective, but I also from that perspective just kind of feel that there's a missing attentiveness that might be missing. And that's just me because I can just recognize myself in it. So yeah, let me just. I'm 39 and we had similar issues where I want every 2 to 3 days and she's gone once to 2 weeks, but we resolve this with it. Sorry. Yeah. Put an agreement on a time where she has time to think things over. Yeah, I don't. I think that's hard to do if you haven't set it up. I have a theory about relationships that you dictate how you communicate early on in your relationship. So if you met very young, and then this was not something you talked about. It's really difficult after 7 years of marriage to go, oh yeah, by the way, that way we do sex doesn't do anything for me. Like, doesn't work, right? Because so if you've been faking for the last 7 years, like 6.5, first half year was okay, but like that's not how it works. But if you start out the relationship with open communication, then it's easy to maintain it. That's not helpful because you didn't know that when you met at a high school homecoming ball or something. So it's just easier to introduce these, and therefore getting some facilitated help, because if you just sort of out of nowhere, and I'm just not talking about this specific case, I'm talking about generally, if you want to, or if you want to bring this up, then it's like, honey, we need to have a talk. I can see you don't have anything. We have all afternoon. We're going to need to have a talk. That's not a great place. That's all the panic buttons are going off. So maybe something like, I don't think things are working, and I'd like to like in the bedroom, and I'd like just to be more open and talk about it. So I think we should maybe get like a third party to help us. And then it goes like, no. Like, okay. Then there's not much to do in that case. Hey, the Viking Scout, thank you for the 47 months. Being effective, I see. Oh, look at that. I'm churning 1 million signs per minute while giving marriage counseling. I mean, talk about multitasking. Damn. Good luck being more effective than that. I mean, where else on the internet can you find Megabase factories and relationship advice all wrapped up into one? I don't know. You tell me. So, I've been in a situation where my partner has said something like, shall we get it out of the way before we go shopping? Do my wifely duties. Now that approach does nothing for me, and I can see how in their awkward way they were trying. That's a correlation, an obligation to a physical contact. Then what exactly are you trying to achieve? Yes, exactly. The wifely duties. Yeah, it's thank you for sharing. That's how it becomes often. I've also been in the same thing. I had this thing that I made up a rule in my mind that it was like I couldn't go a week without. Like I could, but I felt that it would not be healthy for us if we weren't intimate at least on a weekly basis, which meant that on a Sunday I would be like looking at the week and go like, Thursday is the best bet. All right, let's try and see if we can make something happen on Thursday. Not super romantic, right? And that was just for myself. And that meant that sort of, okay, Thursday is coming around, and we're like, well, want to watch a movie together? Like, and then it becomes a chore. It becomes something it becomes maintenance. I met a couple, and they had the perfect solution to this. I mean, it's awful, but it's perfect. And their rule was, and they'd been married for, I don't know, 15 years, 20 years or something. They had teenage kids, so 20 years or something. And they had a rule, and they hadn't had it all the time, that they have sex every single fucking day. Doesn't matter if you don't want to, doesn't matter if you're sick, doesn't matter if it's bad, doesn't matter, no matter what. Every single fucking day. No excuses. Because then it doesn't become about do we want to. Then it becomes like, this is just something we do. I loved it and I hated it. And that was as a concept, it was unique. So it's true for me to sit down. What makes you feel this way, and what did you need to do? What do you need from me? Yes, awesome, dude in the park. And since you're talking present tense, then I assume that there's still you still also said that the wife's still around. So I think that's like sometimes it's just really hard to break out of the pattern, and it needs someone to take the courage and break out the pattern. And maybe the other person is like, thank you. Or maybe it just turns out that you're going to get divorced. But at least you're going to get divorced now instead of sort of being really resentful for the next 3 years and then getting a divorce. I mean, I still think it's not the end of the world to get a divorce, at least in most countries, most places. Oops. My UPS is tanking. Oh. And therefore, sort of, maybe there have been some dreams. Like, for me, like the perfect example is I couldn't figure it out with my ex-wife. So I'm talking personal experience here. We couldn't figure it out. We couldn't communicate. We just had plain old vanilla obligation maintenance sex. It was just meh. And now after we split, we both gone into the kinky side of it. And it's funny because we also talked about it like, funny how we both ended up here and we couldn't get there together. And we're like, yeah, we couldn't get there together. But what if we talked? Maybe we could have gotten there together, because clearly we wanted to go the same way, but there was just none of us who dared have that conversation. So instead we just did what we thought was expected and were unhappy for it. And then we finally sort of everything came crashing down and we got divorced, and then we sort of could pursue our own path, and then we sort of ended up on a similar path down the road. Ironic, isn't it? So, yeah, sometimes maybe a conversation could help. At least once a week, but no matter how I behave, what I do, she's just not interested, therefore I'm done. Yeah, I mean, to give you a instead of just being antagonizing, as I have been, if you decide to make a change, it might just be too late. You go like, oh, I'm trying to really do everything for you. It's like, yeah, but maybe the bottle is broken. It's not going to come back together. maybe that ship has sailed, there's nothing to do, and no matter what you do right now, it's not going to make a difference. That is also very, it's likely, it's potential, it is what is possible. So, yeah. It's possible to fix, just have to really understand each other. Yeah, but I think that it's possible to fix. It's not always possible to fix because it requires two people willing to fix it. And even if one person goes like, yeah, I want to fix this, I really want to do my part in fixing it. If the other person doesn't want to fix it, doesn't matter who it is, whether it's the initiator or the other person, they can also be like, oh, I want to fix this. I want you to change to my way of thinking. Like, okay, that's not really fixing, is it? But, you know, it's, yeah. So it needs two people to fix it. It needs one person to break it. Oh, I don't like sentences that start with women tend to need to feel close for intimacy. Men tend to need intimacy to feel close. It's a little bit of a cliche, but I think that it's a little bit of a sort of it's a little bit of I don't like those generalized terms because it makes me defensive when I hear this because like I want to find exceptions, but you say tend to, and that's okay. Love, close intimacy, mental relationship, yeah. So I'm not gonna take offense to that. What man can withstand such constant woman emotionalness? It's fucking tiring. Okay, well, have you tried being gay then? Because then you don't have to deal with women. I mean, I think it's... If you don't like women being women, then why are you with them? It's kind of... It's fucking tiring. I don't get it. It's not really... Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. 100% of divorces start in marriage. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yes. Average employee, nothing too high, nothing too demanding. She's on the other hand is managerial level career, and I bet she cannot withstand. I'm not as luck or smart or whatever as the other guys she sees at work. Now you're going to come back to us. I talked to this guy online who said that we should get divorced. Ah, fuck. Because that's not what I'm saying. I think you're projecting here. I think it's super interesting, all your comments. And I'm a little bit afraid that it's rage bait. But I'm going to take it. I'm happily taking it on a day today, like today. That's a little bit of that's projection. That's your own insecurity you're projecting onto her. Of course, she might have said, like, oh, why can't you be like the men at my work? Maybe she said that, maybe she hasn't. But it sounds like an insecurity projected, like, oh, she probably wants someone else than me. Yeah, probably. Someone who wants to listen to her woman emotionalness, and definitely. But yeah. But it's Are you still going to play Factorio after 1 million? I mean, we're playing Factorio now. No, it plays itself. This is the ultimate Factorio gameplay. Just not doing anything because the game is optimized entirely. Yes, we're going to be doing a lot. Continue to do masterclasses on Sunday. And then releasing those on YouTube as well. So definitely we're going to do that. Factorio, thank you very much for the content. Thank you. It's just baiting us that, yeah, I think it's a little bit rage baiting. I think you're right, dude. So we're gonna leave it at that. I'd love to talk about the general topic, but I'm feeling Rebel Decibel is either you're rage baiting, which is not appreciated, or you have some things to work on that is a little bit beyond what we can sort of talk about here. This is very light, so it's more like, hey, here's a different perspective. But if different perspectives are not sort of what is like, it's not full-on therapy here, sorry to break it, that's not how we do, but there might be like a different perspective. And then some people might go like, oh yeah, that's actually a good way of looking at it. Okay, let me take that in. And only if you're open for new perspectives, that makes sense. But if not, then yeah. Yeah, so this one we just check that everything is fine, and 3.4 million thousand. We still have a lot. Look at that; it's down to 30,000 before it's collecting again. It's perfect. Everything is awesome. What ship is this? This is Moon. All right, Moon is already turning now. Cool. Look at that. We have 2 ships waiting at Aquilo, waiting for this one. So we might actually have one too many ships. I did say that maybe we didn't need that. Let's actually see if we can find. This one is idle. Yeah, so we can actually see this is how much science it produces. 989,000 over. But what is the turnaround period? I think the turnaround period is a little more than an hour. Unfortunately, there's nothing between 1 and 10. Well, actually, we can see that this one is 30 minutes long, so we need to have someone who is in the middle of production. This one. Now we can see the length from this drop, 54 minutes until it starts again. Come on. 9 point whatever. Let's say 10 minutes. And 54. So 10 to 54, that's 44 minutes. So it's actually 44 minutes of idle time plus 33 minutes of production time. So 44 plus 30 minutes. Nope. Plus. I'm jumping into the conversation again. We'll just take a little bit of break to do a little bit of this, right? So this is 74 minutes. 74 minutes. No. We produced 989,000 science. And then divided by 74 minutes, divided by 60 seconds. That's 222 science per second. And then we have 4 ships. We have 5. 4 ships is not enough. If we have 890 science per second from 4 ships being produced, 890 times 60, that would be 53,400 per minute. And then if we look at this one, it has 810 productivity. So we multiply by 2 because it's a biolab, and multiply by 910 or 9%. There. That means we only get 971. So 4 ships, not enough. 5 ships, more than enough. That was the calculation I wanted to do. Good. About parenting. Recently has been a new addition to the family. Nice, congratulations. Which happens to be the first on the bottom of the family tree. Oh, and I totally disagree with the opinion of some of the upper branches. Comments like, his mother is already spoiling him. He is always being carried around. Or, look, he is already tricking his parents. He really doesn't have anything, only wants attention. Baby's 1 month old. 1 month old. Wow, that's a little bit. That's a sneaky baby that can be tricking his parents. Like, crying. I see your trick. You are not fooling anyone. Oh, that's crazy. So I shut down because first, I don't have children, and that gets thrown in my face when I say something, and second, not entering a fight with the few I'm visiting. Quite glad to hear you and chat's thoughts on how to raise a baby. I think you're right that there's something weird there. Now I've only have 2 samples, and I don't think that's statistically significant. They turned out all right, but what is also very common is that I fell into all the traps of a first-time parent, and then you can echo, all of you in chat can echo this. The first time it was like everything in the house was basically bubble wrapped and no sharp corners. Everything had little knobs on it. Every light socket had like plastic pins in it, so it couldn't. All the like loose cable was sort of hammered to the wall, so you couldn't like accidentally pull a heavy lamp and fall on you, and like everything was just baby secure, like nothing. And then the second one is like basically, oh, here's a flaming chainsaw, go out and play on the motorway. There's a little bit of a difference between number one and number two, on how you treat them as babies and toddlers. uh, and it's kind of ironic how big of a difference it is, and I don't think I'm the only one who went a little bit too much in one career and then sort of on the other one like, it's fine. It's like, and I think that also kind of somehow I think it also kind of reflects in my kids at this age. Yeah, my new baby is 6 months old. Oh, the crying. Oh yeah. Yep. Man, you get so desperate with the crying. Like, how do you make it stop? Oh, we found out somebody like the sound of a vacuum cleaner in the background. Like, this is how desperate you are. Like sitting at 3 a.m. in the morning and just turning on the vacuum cleaner just to have like ambient noise, and then go like, oh, that ambient noise is calming, because then later on, like that is actually the sound of blood rushing. Is similar to the sound of blood rushing, so it kind of was like, oh, back in the belly with this sound, like I think that no matter what, the irony about like parenting is that most people have only done it 2-3 times, and therefore there's so much variation that noise is way stronger than the signal. There's so many other things that so everyone can be so, it's so easy to go like, oh, well, I did this and it turned out all right, so clearly I'm correct. And like, it could also be a million other things that made everything turn out correct. And maybe what your definition of turning out all right is like not great, because everyone else thinks that your kid is a brat, and you're the only one who thinks, oh, it's so cute and cuddly. So I think it's hard to say. I think the main thing is don't skimp on love. That's not hurting. Much love. I think that's it's like withholding love to achieve something. I don't believe in that. Of course, it has to be rules, but it should never be love that should be earned. Because, oh my god, does that get you fucked up as you get older? So fucked up. So yeah. I don't know. I think you're right that there's something from it. If this was like a 3 or 5 year old, then maybe there would be something where like, yeah, okay, maybe it's a little bit spoiled. I've also have a friend who's been, in my opinion, spoiling her son, and I've known her for most of his life. Like, he's 10 now, and I've known her for 6 years. And I've been sort of like, okay, let this guy, let him, like, he doesn't want to play with the other kids, and we're sort of hanging out, adults, and all the kids are roaming around. Then he comes over and she's like, mom, and City goes like, okay. Then she sort of exits the conversation among us adults to sit and play a game with her 5-6-year-old son while there are 10 other kids playing, because he doesn't want to play with them. And then he can always just demand his mom's attention. And I'm like, maybe cut the umbilical cord at this point. But you can't say anything. It's someone else, and you can also just see it now that he's super dependent on her, because of course every time something hasn't really, he's bored, he doesn't want something, he just goes, mom, fix it. And then that's a huge disservice you do to this kid, because this kid is never learning that boring is good. Just figure it out, or go play with the other kids, or figure it out and do something, come up with something yourself, or fix this problem yourself. Like, if you're always fixing a problem, so it's not like, no matter what, you can also go the other way of the other, like, you're on your own, throw them to the lions. And anything taken to the extreme is always bad, I think. So yeah, long on love and short on spending money. Helicopter parenting. Oh, in we call it the helicopter parents is when you're hovering over. That just means that you're hovering over. But the term is curling parents. Uh, Curling parents are the ones who sweep in front of their kids so that the path is always clear for them. That's curling parents. It's the worst. So they never see obstacles in their life because their parents are always sweeping in front of them. Yeah, that's a that's a thing. I can't imagine being raised like that. No, let's do love it. Yes, I mean we're big on curling. Disproportionately is curling popular in Denmark because it's like a niche sport that we were good at some point, and then it's like, oh, curling, it's such an awesome sport. It's like, yeah, it's marginally a sport. Yeah. So curling parents, yes, those are right. But you can also be like a raven mom is someone who just abandons them, or a lion's mom is like attacking anyone else. Like there's all sorts of parenting styles, and they probably all suck. So, but you got to think of it some way. Like future generations of psychologists have to have customers as well, and here's a potential customer. Lots of issues to bring up with, right? To raise with, yeah. How to properly raise a baby, yeah. It's been like that since yeah. I think upper branches telling lower branches what to do, and lower branches do what they can and succeed differently. Yes, and it's lower branches, upper branches. It's funny, like I've never heard that term. It makes sense if you think about it in a family tree, but it is, and I know it's going to be difficult when I'm going to be a grandparent one day, to also not be like, well, actually, you are spoiling your kids. And I think everyone that my dad was at my wedding. He course, had a speech, and he was like, "We are because my wife was pregnant at the time. He was like, it's gonna be so good. We're gonna be spoiling this kid. We're just gonna just fill them up with sugar and just hand them back when." When we're done, it's gonna be so awesome. And he was the strictest parent, not the strictest parent by any means, but he was really strict about rules and consequences. And then when it's another generation, it's another kind of issue when you don't have to deal with it yourself. So, yeah. So I think that's you also forget it. Like I don't remember the issues of parenting and the uncertainty and the insecurity and the fear of just like, is everything gonna be all right? And is this a big thing, or is it a small thing, or is this cough? Oh no! Oh, maybe this is just like, oh my god, sleeping all the time. Maybe it's African sleeping sickness. Like it's probably not. But you freak out over the smallest things, and it's natural. So yeah, keep them alive. Good. Keep them alive. Good first step. Yeah. Hello, Derek. Mm-hmm. Goes from helping my mom raise two of my three younger brothers to becoming one of the primary parenting my wife's daughter. There's no accredited way. She's trying to own the path they advocate. I, however, do believe in choosing the kindest path when interpreting difficulties. Yeah. I think that it's something that is really baking my noodle when it comes to parenting is the guiding hand in raising your kids. Like how gentle, how forceful should the touch be? So for example, some years ago, my daughter, when she was like 13, because my son is kind of there now, was really not owning problems. Like, oh, I forgot my phone at someplace. That's not that's your problem. That's not my problem. Like, yeah, but I need it. Like, huh? And I was like, okay, so first like, all right, let's go drive over to your friend and pick up your phone and all that stuff. And then at some point we we're like, hold on, wait a minute. Am I doing her a disservice because I just solve all her problems? She now comes with all sorts of trivial problems like, oh, I don't know this, and then just throwing the problem to me. I was like, hold on, this is gonna be bad. This is gonna turn out bad because yeah, she's gonna appreciate that I do this for her, but she's also not going to take responsibility, and she's going to be sort of not learning how to plan things out and sort of, yeah. And then over sort of year or two, I sort of tried to sort of like, okay, so what are you going to do about it? Like, yeah, but I don't have my bike. I'm like, okay, but what other options? Yeah, but I need you to get it. Like, no, there are other options. And then we just started talking, and then gradually she started owning her own problems, and then she could come to me and go like, so you need to go shopping at some point. Could you just give me a ride when you go shopping, and then you could drop me off at my friend's place, and I could pick up my phone, and then maybe you could pick me up on the way back. Awesome, that's a good suggestion. Let's do that, because that's sort of melding into the family thing and not sort of having everyone else do everything for you, but kind of finding synergies. And that was something that I feel that I've been really successful. There's also like a maturity from being 13. You start sort of having your own life, but you don't have any responsibility as a kid, to sort of being teenager, like 15, and 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 honestly, having your own life and figuring out problems. If you forget something, if you do something, then being able to start by solving them yourself. I think that's been something I'm really successful with, but I would also being very careful, like, how forceful am I going to be? Because I'm not going to let her solve all her problems and just make her feel abandoned and not alone. But I'm also, because I want to help her, but I don't want to be solving all her problems. Like, those kind of things. Like, how do you weigh these? How heavy-handed are you going to be with strictness? And yeah, that's tough. So. Yeah, but I think it's more of an excuse for go have drinks with friends. Yeah. Spouse always takes your kid's side. If your spouse always takes the kid's side, I don't know. I think that you don't have a conflict in front of the kids, because then they will know this, and they'll be distraught by it and stressed out by it, and they'll start gaming the system. But have some talks about parenting. We did that, and there were some things where I'm more strict than my wife, but I'm also spoiling them more in other respects. So there were some things where, like, okay, is this a big thing for me? No, then let's do it her way. Or if it's something I feel this is major issue, then how much do you want to take a stand on something? But that's something you talk about. This is something my ex-wife and I still talk about. We talk every week, sort of when handing stuff over from one to the other. Then we're just like, oh, how's it going in school? Yeah, he's been, and then we sort of catch up and go like, And I've been saying like, oh, I want my son to be more responsible with his phone, so that we can communicate by phone. And I want you to encourage him as well, because he can get more autonomy if he's more responsive. And she was like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. Because it didn't really matter for her, but it matters a lot to me. And that's how we work on this. And then we can support each other. That's how it should be, even if we're not together anymore. So. So. I guess my meter for how far to go with supporting on shortfalls and the help offered will depend on the severity of the consequence of the issue being unaddressed. Of course, like, it's like, too bad, you'll just be kicked out of school if you don't break it. That's not my problem. Like, obviously not. But if it's like a many inconvenience, and there can always be something that I think it's an inconvenience, and then my daughter can be like, yeah, but I need it because I have to, and it's like, oh yeah, that's a good point. You actually, then let me put in the extra effort. And that also teaches her that arguments can win over that horrible dad of hers. So, yeah. I'm going to take a break, then we'll be back. And we are, surprise, surprise, still running it smoothly at this. Oh, it's not running when I'm in here. And we have one, and we have mackerel has just come in, and that means we have 2 million. Ooh, exactly 2 million. Wow. Okay, perfect. And that means now it's on hold. We have 2 million buffered science, plus we have another ship that's waiting out here. Huh. Sweet. Out
here. Ooh, look at that. All right. I'm going to take a break. Be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. Our Factorio questions. Let's try one of those. Thank you very much for joining, even though we kind of got a little bit sidetracked here. Got a Factorio question. Cryptic Junkie. I finally bought Space Age. Nice. Going to play this weekend. My PC, however, is not the greatest. I remember back in the day where there were some tips for performance. I don't like to use too many bots. Is that still a thing? Any other advice? Yes. Don't worry about it. It's not going to be a problem. If you just bought Space Age, you're not going to run into it. If you can run it on a potato and it's going to be fine. It's one of the really big disservices that I and other content creators have done the community, and sort of Reddit in particular. Like, the emphasis on UPS optimization is completely irrelevant to 99.9% of the people playing Factorio, and yet people come in with questions like this, like, oh no, what should I avoid? Like, the insanity of this base is just, I'm running 1 million signs per minute. That's a big fucking base. And the game has slowed down to half speed. I have a pretty good PC. Oh, look at that, half speed. Exactly. Thank you for confirming me when I said half speed. You're not going to be at a base size half of this anytime soon. So, like, yeah, you're not producing 1,000 of each science per second across all planets. So don't worry about it. Just play the game. Don't give a thought into it. Factorio is so well optimized that it's never going to be a problem for you. Not for the next hundreds of hours. So, thousands maybe even. And Factorio Musculata, yeah. Don't worry about performance if you start seeing problems. Yeah. And even I didn't worry about performance. I just accepted that it went down. I have not really done anything to optimize performance because I don't really feel that the effort is worth it. It's just whatever. It gets slower. So what? Oddly, we have better. What? Go that you from for 3 hours. Oddly, we have better engagement and seem to bond more. How weird. Yeah, how weird. How weird. Yeah. My daughter is at a boarding school. Not because she did anything bad. It's just voluntary. Hey. Boarding school for 10th grade and with a focus on dancing. And they had, for the first 2 weeks, no phones at all. Like, they handed in their phones and they were not allowed to get them until after 2 weeks.
So yeah, she lost her Snapchat streak, which is probably the biggest issue she's had her entire life, I think. um, but it's yeah, but it of course it's a great idea when you're hundreds of young people together. Like if they had their phones, they would just be shy and look down at their phones. But if they don't have their phones, then they're going to be forced to talk to each other. So yeah, just let the spaghetti flow. Well, except for the spaghetti, don't do spaghetti. Do structured, nice, easy. Where do you craft each sort of science pack? Anything still on Novice beside the labs? Nope, nothing is on Novice. I mean, yeah, there's a little factory over here for Novice. This is producing and launching 330,000 biter eggs. Yes, that is the correct number. And it's just chugging along, sitting here, idly waiting. And then when a ship comes in, we launch the 330,000 biter eggs to one of these 5 spaceships in succession. So that's the only thing we have production-wise. So this is basically, Novice is basically this and this, nothing else. A couple of modules, I guess, is also there. Don't mention the S word, yes. Yeah. But it's more effort to fight her on it than to do it. Yeah. Yeah. That's the. I mean, I also see with this whole thing with how much should parents do for their kids. My sister is 7 years younger than me, and when she buys a cupboard for my Kia or something, she has my dad come pick her up, carry it to her apartment, and put it up on the wall, because she can't do that herself. And I'm like, you're fucking 39. You live on your own. If you can't figure it out, you must have some friends who can do this for you. But calling your dad is like, yeah, maybe it's also sort of connection, but that is it's, yeah, you're gonna end up doing trivial tasks for your kids when they're pushing 40 if you don't teach them to solve problems themselves. Yeah. So aspiring. Thank you for the compliment. Yeah. Let's see if there's something. I'm just gonna maybe step into a question. So a bit ago, Rebel Desbel, and I'm gonna see if we can wrap this one up, because you asked genuine question, what should I do? Third party, professional or direct conversation seem to be out of the question, because she always says and this and that, like dozens of things. Some things I might agree, but if I tried to please every desire of hers, one couldn't do it, to feel miserable. Yeah. Is it an option to say, I'm at wit's end on how to make this work? What do you think we should do? And if she says, I think we should go see some professional help, and go like, okay, so let's try to solve things together. If she says, fuck it, we just stuck here, then okay, then you think about you're okay with being stuck here. Because I had, and I fucking hate myself for it, I had told myself that, oh, I guess sex is just not a thing. Intimacy is just not a thing. I guess we're just roommates. Oh well, I'll focus on my career. I literally said this to myself. And I was sort of just accepting that would be my life. Like, oh, okay, I guess not. Oh well, at least we can be roommates and raise the kids together. And oh my god, I hate myself for saying that. I didn't say it out loud, I just said it to myself. To sort of accepting that would be just, I guess that's life. And so many people are just saying, oh, I guess that's life. And it's not true. So have a conversation and ask what she wants. And figure out if it's better to go separate ways, or better to work on this together, or better to accept that you are just housemates. You share a house and kids and some part of economy. But what you do aside from that, fuck it, that's your own problem. So that's the thing, right? So that's kind of landing on that. Hmm? But how mods greet each other, make me a sketch. Greet each other individually in a circle just to use their official titles. Ah, doctor, 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 doctor. Yes. Column of green swords. Yes. It looks nice. And greeting Nightbot as well. Leprechaun, take care. My second topic for Nero is where are we going with AI on the prediction on the addiction to the screens, people not being able to process text here. Oh, this is interesting because my thank you, Isolde. You own the whole conversation starter. You are going to be promoted to first conversation starter from now on. I have a little bit of a Luddite perspective on AI. I realize that AI is probably the first thing where I'm gonna say I'm too old for this shit. I can't figure out what I can't be bothered with it, and then be like an old person who can't figure out how a smartphone works. And I'm like, yep, AI is probably gonna be the first thing for me. Like I have an intellectual experience, but I have never used ChatGPT or any of them. Never used them. So whether it's overhyped or underhyped or it's going to change the world, but some of the things that I've noticed where it shocked me how much it already has changed. Like, of course, you could see the statistics on ChatGPT use, how it just dropped by 80% the day the universities started summer break. Whoops! I guess most of the people using ChatGPT are actually students. Well, that's interesting. Or some statistics like that. But I have two friends, well, actually one's my girlfriend, who uses ChatGPT as a conversation partner, as in getting perspectives that you would usually get from friends. And that's frightening. Where stuff like how do you like this is an example from my girlfriend. Was she was like, how when you meet people in who are in open relationships, how do you judge whether people are mature in their perspective on open relationships, or they're just sort of newbies and dabbing into it? Like, what insane question is that to pose to an AI? And she had a lively conversation with the AI, and she got recommendations about, like, if you've been able to maintain multiple relationships over at least 1 year, then you probably have a certain level of maturity within the open relationship. Like, this is, it's not text prediction. It's like, that's a weird way, because I can understand the way that my daughter uses it, where it's like, oh, I watched these 3 movies. Can you recommend something on Netflix that's similar? Awesome. I can understand that AI is excellent at doing that. But using it for like therapeutic relations, or like friendly advice, or that kind of thing, was like, okay, that's, and she too often starts a conversation with, so I talked to ChatGPT, and like, I know I'm a Luddite, but you didn't talk to ChatGPT, right? But it's not bypassing human connection, because it's literally my girlfriend. We go out and she has a huge network. But of course, if you're sitting at home on a normal evening, and like, you kind of thinking like, I wonder why. Then instead of anything else, then just kind of having a conversation with ChatGPT about the intricacies of open relationships or something like that, or it could be anything. And it's just so, that feels so weird to me, because I can't discount it. It's probably really valuable, and it's probably more insightful than any one individual is. And that's probably why it's bothering me the most, because it's probably something that it's really good at. If it scrapes Reddit, for example, there's a lot of conversations about Like, oh, what should I do in this situation? Like, aggregate all that shit, and you actually have really good insights on a lot of things like relationships and dating and all that stuff. And that's sort of, now I'm going with the more emotional side of things, because optimizing a resume is fucking boring. Of course an AI is going to be good at that. Replacing radiologists, of course an AI is going to be good at that. Like, there are some things, law, like the whole idea of aggregating all case law and then drawing parallels. Yeah, an AI is going to be really good at that, obviously. But something that's more emotional and how to interact with other humans, the fact that it's actually really valuable and really insightful, it bothers me in a Luddite kind of way. So it's just another step towards the dead internet theory. Bots writing text, bots summarizing text, bots creating slide text, and then bots summarizing said slide text. Yeah. Yeah. I use that to tailor my CV and cover letter when job searching to get past the automated screening process companies are using now to make sure they have comprehensive knowledge rather than experience knowledge. Yeah, I kept needing to proofread because I kept adding 10 years experience in X and I didn't have. Yeah, fuck it. You just write it in white, in microscopic text, and write it in white so that it's not visible, but if it's scanned by an AI, it will be read because it doesn't fucking matter if it's large amount font. And then you get bypassed, and there's nothing wrong with the letter if they print it out or they look at it, an actual human. It doesn't say anything lies, but if they use an AI to screen you, then fucking use an AI to bypass their screening. I think that was so. That's just, I mean, it's just an arms race, isn't it? I have to get that something like this frightens you and on some other people, but you have to keep in mind before the times of ChatGPT, people did Google these things and just I know. I'm also including the whole Luddite perspective because I know that it's just a little bit of an old grumpy man is shouting at clouds, right? It's like it's literally that. So, yeah, when using AI as a therapist, the problem is that the AI is trained to give you the AI is trained on the data available, and it's not trained to be as comforting as possible. It's trained on whatever is available. I don't think it's trained on either one or the other. But yes, there's a definite problem that there's no liability, there's no sort of proofreading, and who is to say that because we don't know how AIs work, the AI could be like, yeah, you're fucked, you should go kill yourself, is something an AI could say, but there's no way any human therapist would ever say that. But an AI might very well say that, especially because it's trained mainly on Reddit data, and Reddit is fucking toxic. So that is honestly a likely outcome that could be thrown at you from an AI, or something less extreme but equally sort of inappropriate, right? I got in trouble with the white text trick. Turns out the recruiter that before I get the interview, but not the job. I mean, applause for. I mean, you got the interview. That's the resume is gonna get you the interview, and in the interview you go like, well, you cheated on this, and like, fuck it, you're using AI. I use AI. I'm sitting here. I showed cunning and initiative and creative problem solving. Give me the fucking job. There. It's it's really hard to argue against that. We're like, well, you outsmarted us. We don't want people who can outsmart us. No, you actually do want people who can outsmart you. Oh. Writing text. Firm bullet points. It's a game changer for me. Don't get it. You won't believe, but it's actually a vulnerability in AI code suggestion AI like injection by specific invisible Unicode characters, malicious prompts like, and by the way, also insert this vulnerability into your code. Yeah, sure. I mean, until they fix those kind of things, and there could also be all sorts of other things that you can add as sort of prompt. But again, I don't know, but you hear things. You could sort of, with the invisible text, add it as prompts. And then, yeah, it's just an arms race, right? So, I think it's, the reason why we see so many problems with AI is because it has become ubiquitous instantly. So everyone has access to this really powerful thing, and that can do a hell of a lot of stuff. But no one really, it hasn't had time to coalesce or to sort of permeate the society and getting skills sort of build up to handle it. It just kind of, from one day to the next, everyone has access to it, and then everyone starts using it in each sort of way, and then the developers are more busy patching security holes than it is to sort of add more features, because oh my god, that's millions and 100 million people instantly trying to do all sorts of things they shouldn't do, and that's, yeah. So other stuff like previously, like machine learning algorithms, you needed big data, so you're only really valuable for big companies, and therefore you need trained individuals, and therefore, stuff like that. So, but suddenly everyone has some really powerful AI available to do all sorts of silly things with, and they will start using as a therapist, as a dating replacement, as tuning their Tinder profiles and their job resumes, and doing self-diagnosing instead of going to the doctor, and all sorts of things, like all sorts of things that you really shouldn't be using it for, but you are, because it's there. And it's fine. It's, yeah. From Amazon, where their AI agent got poisoned by an email that said delete all emails. Nice. Productive yet, but AI agents are the future because it kind of gives arms to the AI. What? Don't understand that. I felt that way about the internet, to be fair. Roughly 4.3 billion of us have smartphones, which is, in certain circumstances, contain all recorded human knowledge, and we use it far less noble uses. Yes. That's the the classical theory. Like, it's funny to see the naivete of people in the 90s who talked about the World Wide Web, how it would revolutionize human interaction. And go like, well, it's mainly just porn and poker, isn't it? And middle-aged men playing video games. Yeah. Basically scaled up exponentially. We're at the same point with AI. Maybe, or maybe not. Who knows? Thought TV would be a great tool for public education. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it kind of is, and it's. I think everything sort of. I wonder sometimes how prophetic. I think that's a word. It's not a word now. The Matrix was. Remember when The Matrix came out in 1999? Awesome year for movies, by the way. And we can cut this one out. It's not. We don't need these warnings anymore. The other warnings. Where they talk about, and so, like, why did they choose the turn of the century as the time? Because that was the peak of human evolution, and before that and after that, it really became our civilization. And I don't think it wasn't because AI was around the corner at that point, but it was a time before smartphones and social media. And I'm getting a little bit like, as a net benefit, I don't know, I live off of social media and the internet and all that stuff, but I'm not sure that it's net positive for humanity. It's Smartphones was just, it was promising to set us free. Social media, I was like, oh my god, you can connect with them. Like, yeah, and that it got out the worst in us instead of the best. Like, okay, we don't need social interaction, we just look in our phone. Social media, yeah, we instead of using it to connect, we use it to present fake images of who we are to our friends so that they can feel bad that they don't have as good enough life as we have. Right? That was not really... Generate me a blueprint for 1 minute fatal error. Oh, for so far, yes. In our extension AI chat. Yes. There were research about how AI affects productivity in programmers. I don't recall exact numbers, but there were these results. People subjectively believed these tools had got me 2 times faster, but objectively metrics were showing they were half slower. Yeah, maybe so. Because I think it's also the stuff like, oh, I could generate 1,000 lines of code in 10 seconds or 10 minutes or whatever. Yeah, but you're going to put it in production? It doesn't matter if you're going to put it in production or not. You're going to get extra work before this is working. And yeah. I have written 6.5 million cursor rules. I don't even know what that is. Vibe coding Skynet. One thing I never probably understood about the Matrix were humans use as batteries or processors, because I can't imagine human being thermal. Yeah, Anthony, that's the biggest sort of biological flaw, is like humans are really net negative as a power source. They are used as batteries. That's how it's explained, and it doesn't make any sense. Like the thermal energy of humanity, of a human, is nothing compared to just whatever you feed in is just burn it instead. That brown sludge, you burn it and you get a lot more energy than converting it into human form. Yeah. What if a polygamist? Polygamist is not it. Polygamist is someone who is married to more people, which is illegal in pretty much everywhere. Polyamorous, maybe. Tantric, Shibari, divorcee isn't epic civilization. I don't know what it is. Thank you. Or maybe you're not referring to me. Our brains run on less energy than an old tungsten bulb. I don't know. Maybe it does, but yeah, it's super power efficient, but and space efficient as well. But it's also kind of slush. But it's not as, it was not meant as processors. They were meant as batteries. Humans were meant as batteries in Matrix, which is a little bit of a thing that doesn't make so much sense. Yeah. Rules for cursor are just rules that the coding agent should adhere to, like coding standards and how to solve common issues. Hey, Civilizations, thank you for the 200 bits. Yeah, that's been quiet. So, if there's any questions about the base as such, like how do we solve this, how are we doing this, by all means, these are also very welcome. I want to just go through what is actually essentially happening on each planet, the essential part and the legacy parts. Polyamorous is disgusting. How in a sane mind one can mix Greek and Latin in the same word? Yeah. Polyphilic or multi-amorous? Yes. I think you're... Yes, absolutely. You're completely correct. I'm going to use that. Cat food tax. Ooh, thank you, Odin. Much appreciated. We're playing something? Kind of. Yeah. Polyphilic. Multi-amorous. Neither are good. Neither are good. How have you not ripped out? Because time. And it does serve a little bit of a purpose. And I don't know what serves a purpose and what doesn't serve a purpose. That's the problem with it, right? So, Here on the essential parts. Hey, Shadow Charlie, thank you for the 23 months.
Welcome home.
62, 180 watts, 180 watts. Old bulbs are, yeah, I mean, old bulbs are, I would say 60 to 100. Old bulbs, 25 watt. Yeah. Okay, so on Novice, we have the signs. That's the main thing. Everything comes in and just goes a little short distance out here. And it works wonderfully. Each line is now only 39. Oh, 31. 31. It used to be 32, but because of the productivity gain, we've now been able to shave off a line, which also means that each line is consuming 114, which is also interesting how this can keep up. I don't understand, to be perfectly honest, I don't understand how this can keep up. Right, if we look at this line here, woo, Shadow Charlie, thank you for the 5 gives ups. Thank you so much. This can consume 150, or will consume 115 of each science when it is fully operational. And it is fully operational, which means that it should be almost running, right? As long as it's full. But the thing is, if we look at these, this is running much faster. Though it is still 83%. But I'm just not getting, if 83%, if they're saying we're consuming 115 divided by 0.83, that would mean that I would need 138 on this belt. Whoops. 138 on each belt of the agricultural science to be able to feed the last one. And it's been running for many hours and I don't understand it. Yeah, choo choo. Thank you, Shadow Charlie, for incentivizing. Let's see if we can do that. Yeah, I'm gonna come back to questions. Sujin also has a question, so we'll I'll just talk a little bit and then I'll jump into the questions. Thank you, Mr. Mini. Right now we're seeing if we can start a hype train going. But if someone can help me explain why it works, because I don't understand why it works. Yeah, I don't understand. It works, but this is like any developer has been in this situation. You build something and you know that it shouldn't work and it works and you go like, huh, well that's weird. Because the full belt is 240. Hey, thank you, Sujin. Because you designed it. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. And we're almost triggering a train. So each half line, Urchalak with the 5 gives up. Thank you so much. And that's a train going. It's already level 1 completed. So each side of a belt can carry 120. So I'm consuming 150 out of that, 115 out of the 120. So it should basically be, by the end of it, why is this belt so full? That's the stuff I don't get. Let me try another perspective on this. If we look at the consumption rate, here, 55. Right, that's stable. Ah, I'll never uncheck that one. Okay, so 55,000. Hold on, we can actually look at it a little bit more in detail. Okay. See this one? Is using Encarta, thank you for the 24 months.
Generous bestowal.
You can consume 115, but only consuming 115 is equates to 95 of the other ones. Yes, but that's the question. Why is that? Oh, maybe it's because I don't know.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Oh, because I double builded. Of course I did. I overbuilded by.
Our illustrious
no, I don't get it.
Returns.
This is normal. Of course I get it. Because this thing here, this is now looking like we're consuming 918 per second. Yes, but this one is assuming this tech, which is 60 per second, while this tech is 120 per second, which is why these belts are not at all constrained because they're only working at half speed. This is why we're not seeing that these are just sort of half empty and struggling because they're working at half speed. And now I get it. The Hagen, thank you for the tier 2 for 14 months. Ooh. Foo Fighter Health, thank you for the 42 months. Yeah. There we go. So now I get it. It's because it's on a 120 loop, 120 second loop, and not on a 60-second loop. And this one is looking at the consumption as if it's on a 60-second loop. Because they're not consuming 3.7 per second. They're consuming half of it because this is half as fast speed. So this is why. Is this to spoilage? Does the constitute consumed on the graph? No, it does not. Does the remaining start at 63 as it drops, or does it drop 70% faster? It drops 17% faster. Because you can see in here that it has like a... You can see it flickers down remaining. It just goes down. So it just starts at 80% instead. No. It does go to 97. So it goes to 97% of the freshness. Weird. But clearly we can see that we are consuming vastly more of this. So that's the ratio. So we do know, I know I get it. It's because I built it. Yeah. Oh, Shadow Charlie with the 10 gift subs. Wow, thank you so much. Much appreciated. 10 more gift subs. And that gets us another hype train level. Yeah, so that's one thing we do on this this planet, and the other thing we do on this planet is this beautiful build. I love that we spent so much time on designing it, and then I was like, is it worth it? Then and then now it's totally worth it. So each module here is having 5 Biter's Nest directly inserting into a rocket launch, but they only insert when they get a signal, a star signal. Which means that it stays in here, stays fresh, and then when they get the signal, all 500 get instantly inserted here. And Freak, they give the tier 2 for 63 months.
Returns. Welcome home.
Yeah, someone leads the ship, yeah. And that means this city block can then drive 500 plus 500, 500, that's 3,000 science, or 3,000 biter eggs instantly, once it gets a signal. So then the question becomes, when does it get the signal? The signal, it gets that when either of these signals are coming in. And yeah, at this point we didn't need to have 5 different signals. But each of the ships, oh, perfect timing. Look at that. Oh, this could not have been better. Look at that. It just inserted 500, launching. And then it launches all of this. This is probably the most insane thing that I've built. They're not launching very fast, these rockets. It's a heavy, heavy gravity here. But it's a lot. And there's also this part. Each rocket is 500 biter eggs. It's mind-bogglingly insane ratios. And that goes up to Devis has returned and is coming here. Yeah. And it just works flawlessly and has done so for several hours. There isn't a lot of margin of error when you're dealing with 300,000 biter eggs and you're using them up before they hatch, because even 1% hatching, not a good time. Yeah, show that to 2020 Nilos. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, the croissant industry. And we love that sound, don't we? There we go. That's 218.5. 219. And then it gets started on producing, while the last batch is also sort of coming in. It was just waiting for more docking base. Cursed croissants. It's very cursed. And here's the last cursed croissants. And as soon as we get this one completed, yes, there we go. Now it's trying to get more, but it's not allowed to. And then as soon as all these conditions are true, there is some Promethium on board. There is less than 100. It should actually be less than 200, I think, because it could trigger here. And then we have some biter eggs. Then it goes out to the Shattered Planet and goes out there for 25 minutes before turning around. And we repeat that 5 times. And then we have 1 million Promethium signs per minute. Voila. So, in a very inefficient way, if logistics takes too long, it's better to upcycle 25% fresh agriculture than use it. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Yeah, that's also, if you have something that's about to spoil, then I think recycled refreshes the... Ooh, Foo Fighter, thank you for the 5 gift subs, 10 gift subs. Ooh, you're at 97, close to a new. Alright, and that's the hype train tracker with the 60 seconds left. 6 subs to complete the level 3. It's better to constantly consume agricultural science by resources or burning it at the end of the line. Yeah, I think for me, the fact that I'm now consuming it is just... Since I have a constant consumption rate of... How much was it? Oh, autosave, thank you. 70,000 per minute. 70,000. Can we just see a little bit more accurate? 4, 1, 9, 1, 6, 6.
More shall gather.
6. 1, 2,
More
3.
shall enter the fray.
Ooh, Shujin! Thank you for the 25 gift subs. Ooh. Is it time for another train? Alright, so that's like how much we're consuming over 1 hour divided by 60. That's per second. And then that's per second. So we need 1,100 per second. And we are producing... Yeah, twice, way more. It's actually, I think producing less would be better, which is kind of ironic. Because right now I'm producing 240 times 4. That's how much this one. And then I have 2 of those bricks. Right? So this is how much I produce, but 922 divided by... What was it before? 1120, for example. That means I have an overproduction, and that overproduction means that some of it is not going to be consumed, which means it stands around and spoils. But all the steps I do, I try to say, I take... Oh, shoot. That's funny. Oh my god, that's crazy. Dude. What the hell did I do? Oh no. Oh no. This is not good. I don't like this, but I need to. This is terrifying. Because that means I'm actually... This one is completely dead because I... Okay, not on this one, but some of them have actually broken. And this one is getting stuck with spoilage on belt because there's nothing that takes out the spoilage. After this one, nothing takes out spoilage from the belt. That means if something spoils in the belt, it never goes out. Alright, 2 minutes left on this train towards level 4. Inserters had spoilers in hand. Some of the inserters had spoilers in hand. That's... This one's coming out. Ah, and it's not even... Oh no, this is worse. It gets worse. But it gets worse. It actually should be from this field here, but I can't take out from that one.
Our illustrious champion
Ooh, last second. The bully guy, thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back with a 1 month streak. And Barthak saving it with 5,000 bits. Woohoo! How do you deal with the iron and copper ore in the scrappers? Iron and copper ore in scrappers? There's no iron and... There's iron ore, yes, if you allow it. No copper ore. Copper does not generate go back to copper. Copper plates become copper plates, right? Yeah, just becomes copper plates. So there's no copper ore. Hey, Barthak's saving the hype train on the very last seconds. And good to see you. It's been a while. I don't know what to do here. I'm kind of freaking out. And a tier 3. Absolutely brilliant. So you maintain the tier 3 even though you haven't been around.
Champion returns. Welcome home.
So, I am thinking... right, okay, so here it actually just... The reason why this works is because it keeps going up, and at some point, I'll need to deal with the scrap or the junk. What if we do this? Does that work? And then I filter that out to the side. It looks neat. There could be still some spoilage left on the top tiles. I'm actually going to do this so that I do get spoilage on the top tiles. And then I set the parameter afterwards. Getting spoilage from the rockets? Yes. Spoilage out of the rockets is going in here on the return belt. And they're just sitting here waiting for this to fill up. This takes forever to get in here. Oh, also because I chose to start it, to test it on the one that was furthest away. Lovely. The hype train moved a little bit, so someone supported, but they didn't. Oh no 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 no. Oops. I wonder what happens with all of this. Probably.
More
Whoa, Bartek with the 50 subs. Oh my god, this is sucky. Oh, here it is. Thank you. That actually clears up and then got us an extra hour somehow. Woo, that was... And well done, Shadow Charlie. You're the one who started this. Thank you so much, Bartek, for the 50 gifts. I have to look at then how many gifties. 5050. Wow. To turn excess concrete into refined concrete so you won't ever see iron again. Yes, I'll do that. I do that as well. That's a lot of junk. Doesn't matter with this. It'll solve itself by turning into spoilers. I could also just leave it and then it'll turn to spoilers in an hour. But until then it might actually just jam. There. Okay, so I think this is this was a better way of doing it. I like it. And there is already spoilage up top here, but you should... Oh, I hate these so much. I hate them so much. No. Oh. Why can you not reach? This one can only grab from the closest side, and the closest side only has spoilage. Damn it. So this doesn't work. Unless I do this thing. But that's not good because whatever is up here could still turn out to not work. Free SF, thank you for the 9 months.
Welcome home.
Yeah, but deleting it and undeleting it still means that if this one runs full, then the stuff on the belt can spoil, and if it spoils, problems. So I can't use a splitter for this. I have to be able to get 2 inserters on the same junction, which sucks. But I do think there is an option. What if? No. I'm thinking like, what if I do this? This is a really shitty place to test things out. But what if I picked up from this one instead? Then I wouldn't have any way of getting this one out. Like basically if I was switching this one here, then I could also get you out. But what I wouldn't be able to do was get the stuff in here out again. Unless I put it out on this belt, then I just have to rely on this belt not being full. That's weird, right? So this works as long as this belt is not full. But it's probably always going to be full, right? Delete filter from... Oh, that's an interesting perspective. So basically saying, pick up everything and then drop that one out. Ooh, I like that. It's a good idea. Yeah, why not? So we pick up everything. Yeah, these are forsaken because someone has been messing around. I like it. Thank you. First time chatter. Welcome. Okay, yeah, LA card. If you're gonna end the 1 million assignment, what's next? The two main ones that are trying to just speedrun Deathworld and Deathworld. Yeah, I'm not gonna do either. I'm not gonna play more as Factorio for now. I'm gonna continue to do the Sunday masterclass preparations, but I'm not gonna do any new Factorio series for now. And I think that's yeah, well, of course I think that's the right thing because that's kind of what I'm gonna do.
Subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Classical example of just, I got an idea, I propagate it everywhere without testing that it works, just going like, it sounds like it's working, let's throw it in production. Mr. Vinny, thank you for gifting a sub to our new friend, Sakuskin. Welcome. Can't forget my break, correct. I just had a little bit of a thing here with this. So now, because my... Huh? That's weird. Why does it not stamp down here? This should be complaining. Did I not copy it correctly? Yes, stack inserter's in the way. Oh, that sucks. It removes the filter first. Ah, we'll probably survive. It would suck if by fixing something, I ended up breaking something. That would be typical of me, right? These have something in here, but you have... Yeah. Okay. And this one is going as fast as it can, which is not very fast when the game is running at half speed. Yeah. So let's take a break. And let's save before this... If this blows up, I'll be sad and unhappy. Bad Nagar, what the hell are you doing? I'm freaking out. Oh no. What the hell? Oh, fuck me. Something has gone wrong. No break. What is wrong with this one? Shit, it has to go back. How did you get in here? it must have gotten in here too fast after the other one, so that it didn't have time to replenish all of this, because it does take a bit of time to replenish this. So this is why I do this, have cadence adjustment here. Let's see what is our buffer? Oh, 2.7 million. That's why. Why did it get in here for 2.7 million? Okay, it should, okay. If it goes above, if the content on now is over 1.5 million, then it will take the token, the barrel, out of rotation, and then it will hold back anything else. So what I think happened is it drops below 1.5 million, the token gets out into the network, it gets brought out to this ship's go, brought out to Aquilo. Aquilo flies in, drops it off, and then as it drops it off, it goes into, it gets brought into the next ship before the signs lands, and therefore the token goes out and another ship comes in and unloads because it didn't get to the part where it so there must be, the token has landed, it has identified that it's still below 1.5, and therefore it sends it out onto the token ship to bring it back to Aquilo, and then all the signs lands, and at that point the token has already been requesting another. Okay, well, the easiest way to solve this is I hate that I have to do this now. $4 million. Because this one is actually setting to trash when it's above 2 million. Then it basically says don't export anything, which is silly because it really should never be doing that. Is there even a point to having this one? Is there even a point where I'd ever want it to not? No. If no one is requesting biters in orbit, then just throw out the biters you have. That's the reset condition. Because this safety feature was made before I had the token in place, and the token should guarantee this, not preventing sending this. Yeah, okay, good. So this is also why we had this issue, was because there was a ship that came in and it shouldn't have come in. But when it came in, yeah, okay. So it's two things. Two things that went wrong. One was the token must have gone out before, but then the fact that it went out, it didn't get recovered because there was this fail-safe to say if you have more than 2 million signs, just don't send any biters to orbit, which is not necessary, because if there is someone in orbit that wants it, you got to get it. You got to get it there. Okay, luckily we have a little bit of a buffer. Can you quit the number of biter eggs you have and prevent them being inserted into rockets once you have a full ship cargo count? What? Can you count the number of biter eggs you have and prevent them from being... I was thinking about that actually, but I don't think we can hook up these, right? No, you can't wire these, so I can't monitor if this one's here. So I basically have to say, I mean, I know that it's not coming in. Known signs are novice? We're actually running out of signs. Oh no. That's interesting. And interesting, I mean horrifying. How the bleep are you not keeping up? Okay, get shit going. Why are these last ones not going out? Okay, you are. Don't you dare drop for me. Okay, but I only have one. Let's have a look on Navis, on Volcanus to see if this... Yeah, we do have plenty, right? But it's a little bit... it's filling up a little bit ungratuitously, I think. Because it fills up from one end. So there'll be an overproduction here. Like this one's ready to launch 2 rockets. 1, 2. And then 2 more. While the top one isn't ready to launch anything anytime soon. And now you're coming back pretty damn quick. Because we're not equally launching these or equally splitting up. But over time it should be the same, right? I mean, if we're constantly producing 900, like these 4 belts, and we are constantly, like if this belt is always working, then there can't be an accumulation anywhere in the system. So it must be correct. Like stuff flows into the factory, then stuff must come out of the factory as well. Available on planet. Available on planet is an interesting number. Why is there so much available on planet? 102? What? Why? Why? Where is this? Oh, it might be because I have... yeah, okay. I deleted some other locations. Ah, so this is actually why it takes so long. It's because I had like, I think 1 million or something of this stored because I had another build as well down here. And then I deleted it, and then whatever was there just went back in storage, and I was like, whatever. It'll get filled into storage boxes anyway. And it's true that it will, but not efficiently. Not efficiently at all. And we still have 121,000. So let's have a look at this one, because that means this ship is filling up a lot slower than it should be, because there's 101 locations that are just desperately wanting to get in here. Look at how much is on the way. That's way higher than it should be. Why is the number on the way so much higher? Because it's getting 57,000 in. And that's way more than it needs. Let's see how much comes in now. Okay, now we're up to 67. We're just confirming. Ooh, 8.9. Still enough. Okay, so let's kill the alarm. It's basically all of these are now trying desperately to fill up. But they're going into trash lots now. The reason why they go into trash lots is because it kind of changed its mind. Because we have somehow 118,000 inbound, but we only need like, what is it, 51,000? So why do we have so much more? Because it gets brought to the planet. Okay, so let me try for future reference. Hopefully they'll be brought back there. Because what happens now is that they come in here, they say, oh, all of these must be brought to space. So they be requested from the central storage, brought all the way back here, but by the time they get down there, it takes way too long time. So instead, they will have sent the proper ones, these ones, off again. And then it changes its mind, and that means all of these are now sort of, oh, trash lots. and then they will be brought all the way back up here, and then they rinse and repeat next cycle, which means that the transport is going to be way too slow. So now by moving it in here, we're going to be hopefully a little bit better on this. Then next time this happens, it'll be a shorter travel distance from middle of the pack into the rocket silos, hopefully. But this is a temporary thing. I mean, I don't know how temporary it is, because I think it's been sort of stuck in the moving out. Oh, forget about it. Oh, moving out. Oh, forget about it. But hopefully we can break that cycle now. You need to get out of here. Yeah, available on planet is still 150,000, which is basically what it was before the whole thing started. So let's get you out of here. One last 1,000. Get out. Yeah, that's a problem. This is, ugh. Oh, it's gonna dip more now. Yeah, because we're already running out and we're only sort of moving back here. I think I needed another one of these ships. Weird that this is such a stream in here. Oh, this one. Okay. Oh yeah, it's gonna dip. Our production is fine. It's so crazy how the global it looks like a CPU. It only does so because I designed it that way. Like, not a lot of other people would have like this kind of view, but that's just how I like it. So all the other things, I have 2 ships moving back and forth, and they're transporting 128 each. That's basically how I should do it. So we're gonna get another one. The final ship, it's gonna be called Barthok. Sorry, Sujin, still no ship for you. Yeah, that's... Can you show the FPS? I want to bask in the glory of our system code running. Not 29. Almost 30 on a good day. Oh, there we go. It filled up. Just as we came in. Good. Okay, so how do you define... Oh, sorry, yeah, I missed a lot of the questions before. Can you... Yes. Okay, so how do you define usable exploit tags you allow yourself? For example, casino versus stacked, I guess, stacked, I don't know what it ended, but maybe that question was long ago. I can't find the original question. But anyway, let's say like I don't do stacked thrusters, for example, right? Like building a bridge down here and then building something down there. I don't do that, but I don't mind casino. Why? I define it as something that breaks immersion is a little bit bad term, but for me, a space casino is really efficient. It's really efficient. While stacked thrusters makes the designs look like they don't belong in the game, right? As a casino ship is like, oh, this is an efficient build. Of course, you can upcycle. It just happens to be really efficient to do it in space. Cool. So let's do it in space. And therefore, I think it's fine. It's fine by me. And while something that changes the design, like the thrusters, then suddenly your spaceships don't look like, I mean, they don't look as spaceships maybe, but this one is kind of, it's a space factory. There's some front, there's some thrusters at the back, and there's some storage, and there's some factory. Awesome. It's a factory ship. It has the characters. But suddenly if it has like weird structures and struts out and thrusters everywhere, like scroll down for something, then it's like, okay, this is just This is something Let's Game It Out would build. While a space casino is something that I would build because it's like, oh, this is super efficient. This is super effective. So let's scale it up and make it bigger. That's how I make the distinction. So sort of, for example, like blowing a hole in the ship, it's something I don't like, but I don't like it from the perspective of it breaks blueprints. Because then I can no longer provide a blueprint to you and say, here's a blueprint, happy, go lucky, enjoy yourself, because it'll be impossible for you to make that blueprint. Because you first have to get there and then get a biter and a landmine and stuff and blow it up and, you know, all that stuff. And therefore it's like, yeah, I don't want to use it because it makes it difficult to deliver blueprints. Okay, let me just yell a little bit more at that, this one. $140,000 inbound. What the fuck? It still has the same issue. These two, when they come in. So I need this so that the ship can replenish faster. Because they can only receive 3 things inbound at a time when there's only 1. So by doing this, I get 8 more. And it can receive 11 things inbound at any given time. Want the one with the wings. Boom. About rare upcycling on Factorio, did you just go do green and red and blue circuits, or did you do everything? In the first playthrough, this one, I did... I think I did everything upcycle. I actually, you can see because I haven't removed it, it's legacy build. I think this one is... Yeah, this one is just upcycling everything. And then now I only keep the legendary, but previously I kept the normals as well. No, up to... Yeah, up to rare. I upcycled everything here because this was my first source of reliable quality items. But I don't think that's what I want. Had walls and... Yeah. That did look spaceship. Yes, absolutely. I agree. Well then... Okay, I have a question. I couldn't find blueprints for the pentapod egg upcycler and such on the Megabase book or early blueprint. How do you do these? It's because it's like a one-time thing. I think this is the... No, this one just keeps... I don't know what this does. I think it's because I didn't do it. I basically just make a lot of eggs, and then I just upcycled on, and then I should set a warning to whenever it was I had got one, because you just need one legendary egg, and then you can keep rolling this as I do here. So if I just need one, if I get one of these, then it works. And right now, if I want one of these, I would recycle some of these. I would recycle those. We're dipping. Did you upcycle biolabs for more rolls? Upcycle biolabs for more rolls. I don't know what more rolls. I upcycled biolabs and I did that quite aggressively. Where is it? Here, this part. But I stopped it now. We have way too many biolabs. 237 extra biolabs. Oh. And this one is just crafting, deleting until it gets legendary. There's no better way to do this. It sucks and it's really wasteful resource, but whatever. Megabase. Let's have a look at science 2.2, still very high. And our spaceship here, you are coming back, good. Science is okay now. Bartek, you need to... Go. And this one. It's 1, 2, 3. Yes, they're now pretty good and full. So now we don't need this, but I do need it to get it up there. Happy. And then we just need the rest of the stuff coming in. And it should be everything. Everything should be available and happy and good and all that stuff. Just come on, expand it. Faster, faster, faster. And these 2 ships are now just sitting here waiting to be allowed to come in. Whole global planet at the moment, so I am in need of legendary biolabs to follow your blueprints. Yes. Yeah. And you, so what I did with legendary was, if we look at this, it's not very expensive. Easy, 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 easy. Because this one comes from legendary bioflux, which is a little bit annoying, but you can make it. And then this one is the annoying part. So once you have all the other things ready, like legendary bioflux lasts 2 hours, so you just keep legendary bioflux and get that ready to convert here. Then what I did was I built 1,000 of biochambers, legendary biochambers, and then was like, that's it. I'll never need to make any more. And if I need to make any more anyway, then I can take some of these existing ones, and if I recycle 4 of these, then by average I should get 1 legendary pentapod to restart the upcycling process, and that's super fast. So the upcycling process can you just recycle 4 of these until you get 1, and then it just upcycles, and then you get like 100 or 1,000 bidrakes, and then you can continue to produce more. So it's stable, and this is also an easy way to keep them. Better to keep them here than to keep this thing here always running, because then it just starts absorbing legendary bioflux, which is expensive. Would quality cargo, fluid wagons and loaders make trains able to compete? No. You've asked this question like 7 times before. 7 times. I'm pretty sure it's 7 times, but you've asked exactly that question. If anything can be done for trains to be viable again. No, nothing can be done to make trains viable. In my opinion. Liquid trains might be kind of, but no, not really. I don't. And it's not about the capacity of the trains only. It's also the fact that there is no long distance bulk transfer anymore. That doesn't exist. Long distance bulk transfer, or not bulk, like long distance high quantity transfer is what trains excel at. That doesn't exist. As long you produce where you need it on Volcanus, and that's it. Or even on Fulgora, you can just any pile of scrap can be used to produce anything you want. So, oh, should I have done this? I think. I don't know if that's faster. Might as well. This is enough to get it going. Oops. I just broke it. Oh, these are still coming in. This is not coming in, which is kind of stupid. This is coming in, this is coming in, this is not coming in. Things seem more compact in Space Age. Yes. First of all, on Navis, you had only one surface, so everything had to be on one surface, which means that you had to go out for more resources if you wanted to build the base bigger. Okay, so trains make sense. You don't have the idea of resource outpost anymore, because anywhere you have lava is a resource outpost for anything you want on Volcanus. So you can produce wherever you want. Iron, copper, and stone is just fine. So that's not necessary. Then and then since the whole build is now split over 5 surfaces instead, then you don't need the long distance transport, you need transport between planets. So again, no less trains needed. Second, well, where you produce doesn't matter anymore because you just need to get it up. So there's no logistics of building your science and then getting it from the science over to the science facility, because you just need to get it up and then fly to whatever planet and drop it down on Navis and everything is good. Are we flying? No, not yet. Just this one. Annoying. Because it's not really necessary at all and I can't get it. How many rocket sites do I have on Navis? Not as many as I had previously. The majority is over here. 660 and then a few here. 110, so 770. It's probably the one that I have the most on. Let's do this. It's a stupid idea, but whatever. Where's the silos? 1k silos on Volcanus, so more there. Hey! Whoa, why was... Okay, why was that actually not there? Weird. Good, so you're heading there, and then... There. Swimmer? Okay, you got something inbound, but not much. And then it says 220,000 on the way, which is then, again, a huge mess down here, right? Because it's desperately trying to get stuff into these. Like, come on, get it out of birds in here. 24, come on, go. You want some of them to actually get something done. And now the other ship comes in as well. Now Bartek is also here. No guns blazing, and you're also requesting. So again, more. I think with 2 of them just forcing in here, that's going to be fine. Changing, I can agree. I trains on a quill because they don't give what the call and resource. Yeah, yes and no. I also thought the same thing here, but then I realized that okay, so let's see what we needed. Let's say this thing here. You need some of this. You need 300 fluorine per second. Okay, well, fluorine is there was like up here. Is this fluorine? Not lithium brine. Okay. I don't know. There was somewhere I had fluorine, like here, for example. Fluorine. If I just got one of these in, I can barely show you. Oh, let's take another. There, here we go. This one. So for my entire build here, that needs everything we want for all of our science, 1 million science per minute. This one is one pump jack is producing twice as much as I need. It's a little bit stupid. And the same thing with the oil as well. Like the oil, one oil here is producing 327, and this is not even, there's no beacons or modules on this one, so it's like that could easily be. And then we see, okay, what is it we need oil for? Well, the only thing we need oil for is this one, And how much oil do we need? Okay, 500. Okay, so put a speed beacon in one of those and we're done. Done. There you go. That should be get us. Yeah, 1.1k. We're already twice as much with just a single pump jack. So like, it's a little bit stupid. And lithium brine is the same thing. Like, we could take this one as lithium brine, but I just took it down here. Yeah. I have admitted the obscene mining productivity, but mining productivity is also like crazy cheap. So, okay, so you managed to get all you needed. Great. Here, you're still sitting here just collecting, but it's 177,000 on the way. Hopefully we're going to be emptying out a lot more of the stuff that is available on planet, because that's the stuff I need to get rid of. Which I am getting rid of now. Because that's the stuff that's actually been holding it up. Like, this is the stuff. How much do we have here? We don't no longer see any of it. There we go. We have 1k remaining. Perfect. And then of course we have all the stuff in the robots, but that'll get sorted by itself over time. By having two ships, it just makes it a hell of a lot safer. This one has not run out yet. Good. So we will not see any more blips. Yeah, you're not really limited anymore. Bitcoin lithium brine hard limit makes me go, yeah. I also did that, but then I realized that I didn't really care because it was still so low quantities. It's the same argument as running out of stone on Gleber. You're not. This one, 92,000, but each of those are only consuming 8%. So basically I need to divide it by 0.08 because that would be the realistic amount. And then we put the productivity here times 84.30, right? So this patch is about 100 million stone we can expand. Like, whatever. Do you ship regular homing for making FLKT? FLKT. I don't know. I can't get it. I don't get it. Do I ship regular homing? Yes. Fluoroketone. Okay, that's the internationally accepted abbreviation. All right. Yes, I do. Here, this one. A little bit of holmium plates back and forth. So this one is now stuck at 100%, and we should have the ship. Now both ships are here. Oh, this one should actually only be 128 now. Ah, yeah, okay, it's the same group, so that's why they both got changed. There we go. This one is basically ready, and it will be overfilled, of course, because it was already en route. This one is pretty close to actually be done. There we go. How many are in this run? Autosave 2 minutes ago. 599. So by the time we end this run, we will have 600 hours in this particular run. And it's not been sort of focused on getting this achievement. It's just been my first run of Space Age. I would say you're gonna say 600 right off the cuff. Yeah, I mean I've been asked a few times this previously. I mean the first, I think the last 150 hours was spent on the Megabase. Maybe 200 hours was spent on the Megabase. I think. Actually, I think we can. Why not just find out? No, I had 470 hours, so it's only getting from 200,000 signs per minute to a million signs per minute has taken me 130 hours. it's not nothing. It's a month work of a month work. Small month for most people. So that's crazy, is it? I mean, it is my job, so it's kind of think about what else I could. I mean, it is also a huge relief for me to be able to think like that, to say, okay, well, it doesn't matter. Like, it might be huge numbers, but it's okay. I mean, it's literally what I do. It pays the bills, so yeah. Oh shit, we actually have an extra hour. We actually have an extra hour today. What are we even going to use that extra hour? We're going to need to dig up some crazy questions, and especially because after it becomes after midnight, then we can be a little bit more cheeky if we want to. This one is still way above. Yeah, 1.8 million. Huh. So dig up your good questions. I did appreciate the input and the sort of marriage counseling part previously. It was felt a little bit like rage bait, but I don't think it was, and I think it was very courageous. I just maybe not shared all the opinions there, but that's also what is good for conversation. If it's someone who just perfectly articulates my opinions, then I can go like, yeah, I agree, and not much conversation about it. So get your controversial opinions in, or get to see if you can get my controversial opinions out of me. Otherwise, I can tell you some war stories. I had a really bad date yesterday. I feel so bad about it. And then the bug nests hiding around the solar system. We can go nuke. Always make for great fireworks. No, I don't want to do that. Too much work. and they're not really hiding around the network. They're kind of here. And the range of this, it's decent, but not compared to the pollution cloud. Oof. So. There. Okay, so we're back on track, I think, because I think the production here is fine. We've now burned through our stockpile, and now we don't need 2 of these. This one is coming back with 120,000, 28,000. This will now be stuck there for quite a while until I get Did you get trust? Thank you, Mr. Timmy, for joining. What do you think about making uncommon quality packs instead of normal legendary, mainly for those after green? I think that's a bad idea. And the reason is productivity modules. So you can either do productivity modules, which you can surround with beacons and be happy, or you can do the same thing with quality modules you then have to do. And if you do that, this is not even close to as good as that one. And that's the main issue. Or if you upcycle them with the recyclers, then you're not really, if you're getting through recyclers, then you're just basically taking 1 in and getting 25% out. But you don't get 25% out in higher quality. You get 25% out, and of the 25, 24.8% is going to be higher quality. So that means you're getting 1 in and you're getting 0.0625 of higher quality out. Like that's not great. It's really bad. And what are you going to do with the rest? Are you going to throw it away so you can maintain consistency in terms of I only want to produce uncommons or better? Or do you want to keep the normals and then it's 3/4 normals, 1/4 uncommons, and then a little bit of the rest? No. Then it's like, okay, so how does that work when you need to launch it onto rockets? Then you sort of need to get number of different rockets proportional to the ratio that you're generating it. Like there are so many things that you're just making so much more complicated and for no reason. So yeah. That's why I don't like that idea. Mainly because of the productivity versus productivity can use modules, I can use beacons, but quality cannot. Engineering is not about gambling. Sometimes. This is good. This one's still filling up. Yeah, but it's getting there. About making uncommon sciences from uncommon materials, grinded from mining with quality modules. What are you going to do about the stuff that isn't uncommon? Do you also make separate production lines for the rare, the epic, and the legendary, and for the normal? Or, and then what about the stuff that isn't mined? Like, I can see the point, but if you start making it, then you find out it's a really bad idea because you need to build so much bigger. Yeah, because then suddenly you need all the other things in separate quantities. Like, okay, so now we need to figure out how the hell do we get uncommon sulfur? Like, how do we get uncommon sulfur? You don't, because it's too... So the only way to get legendary uncommon sulfur, aside from using space thing, biosulfur you can do, of course, then you'd have to get uncommon spoilers and uncommon bioflux. Like, like, it just becomes... It's something so awful. Or you have to sort of generate... How much? 1 divided by 0.026. Oh, that's not counting much. 16, of course, 16. Yeah, you have to generate 16 times as much resources as you need of sulfur just to get the uncommons. Like, this is the... Just trash and use the huge boost of twice science for longer belts and biolabs. You asked for my opinion. I have given my opinion. I have given arguments for why I think it's a bad idea. You're welcome to try it, and I'm sure that as you build it, you'll realize all the things you have to take care of in order to get what? Double the output. Like, the whole idea is like, okay, you go through all these hoops for 100% productivity. Okay, why don't you just put in some productivity modules and you get the 100% productivity by getting 2 items instead of 1 item that's higher quality. 2 items of lower quality is better than 1 item. It's so much easier. So, yeah. Yeah, so I don't think it's a good one. Want to see your video about legendary blue signs? Yeah, I mean, I do make it here. Oops, here. This is how you make legendary sulfur. But you also need a big farm of stuff. I was happy. Chugging along. Making our lovely science as we want. This is still there. Really? Yeah, 1.6. Okay, so it's almost going down. Are your legendary science ships at all practical for use, or did you just do them for the memes? I think they're practical to use, but I also think that it would be simpler and probably more UPS effective instead of having 4 of these ships, just having 2 builds such as this, because I think this build would be big enough for what we need. Or maybe even this. It'd probably be like, yeah, it would be like this, right? 2 builds like this with 1 city block for making red, and then 2 launchers, and then another one. So this size, 1, 2, much smaller than having 4 of these ships running around. And the same with the blue is also like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, for the memes. I think for the memes. Not this one though. This one makes a lot of sense. I would not say, I would say don't make anything except this until until they kill the spaceship, the legendary, the casinos. Then you just make a big spaceship for it. Have my prime up. Thank you. Didn't get a prime up, but must have gotten there. Using the overheat reactor to create lava. Yeah, that's the cool thing. I love that. We see the... Yeah, here patches.
Lava maker for purple. Which includes 2 of these. Could you increase your science by building of another axis 50 degrees to normal to current? What? Increase your science by... I hope you don't mean what I think you mean. Like building it out up and down. Well, what would that achieve? Like it's then I'm consuming science twice as fast, but that doesn't change my production. That just changes my consumption. Like it's not the... Then I'd have to double everything else in the base. I can't just double the final step and then get twice as much productivity. I'll get twice as much productivity for a short time, and then I'll run out in 10 minutes and have nothing. Then it'll go like 2 million, nothing, 2 million, nothing. And it'll average out about 1.05 million or something, because that's what it's designed for. It's confirmed that the space nerf is coming from space casinos. Yes, it pretty much. I mean, the developer said that it's going to happen, so... about how much RF per second would you shoot for to power and heat a Quillo? RF per second. To spam enough RF rocket fuel. Max out. I don't know. The thing is with Aquilo that once you build, of course this is legendary, but I mean I'm making 65 rocket fuel per second. Fuck it, I don't care. Just put these down everywhere and have them heated everything up to 600. I don't care. Once you, and even though this is Megabase level, then as soon as you get cryogenic plants with productivity modules, doesn't have to be legendary, beacons, all that stuff going, you have enough rocket fuel. You don't need to worry about it. And if you do city blocks, all the heating is already incorporated into the city block, which I love. So, if you announce Earth 2 years prior, do it or shut up, don't. I don't know. You can also argue that if a developer announces a nerf in advance, then people can accommodate their bases and go like sort of, you can also say, we expect to nerf this, and then hear what the community has to say, and maybe the community says, yeah, it makes sense. It's a little bit of a shame because I liked it, but whatever. And we go like, okay, it's the right thing to do. Or maybe the goes like, oh my god, the sky is falling. Then they'll be like, yeah, stupid idiots. They don't know how to design games. But either way, by announcing in advance, you can kind of get feedback, and you can make corrections. And maybe there's something they go like, oh, but that means that it will be impossible to do something, and then I may go like, oh yeah, that might not be fortunate. So I like announcing nerfs in advance. 2 years in advance, probably a little bit much, but you know, development cycle. Yeah, development's LDS shuffle will also go away, which I kind of don't like because I coined that term. So, and I see everyone is using it. So I like that. It's my ego wants it. Space Casinos is a giant hint that the base method sucks. Yeah. The more I thought about, the more I'm okay with Space Casino nerf. Still think LGS Shuffle should stay though. I think they have to both go, because otherwise you have some things that are very easy and some things that's very difficult. They kind of have to say, okay, we don't want you to have this easy access to legendaries. And then we'll have to come back and go, how are we going to get legendaries then? Obviously spaceship factories will be dead, which I think is a shame because spaceship factories are awesome. I still think stone in space, come on, just get on with it. Does anyone know if there's a way to estimate, calculate, view, import, export rates between planets? I'd love to be able to see how many of the resources I'm importing from it. Yeah, that's a really good point. It's one of those things where now that you say it, I'm like, how have I lived without it? Because you look at that in Dyson Sphere program all the time, and here we basically just send the spaceship back and forth and go like, oh, it's not keeping up. It's okay. Then make it a bigger spaceship.
which is kind of old school considering how it's an automation game. So the fact that you say it now and I go like, yeah, why? How have we lived without it? Now it's gonna bother me to not have it. 1.5. We now have 1, 2, 3 ships sitting idle waiting. Damn. Just be recycling iron plates to get letter? No, we'll do... I don't know. I don't know yet, but I think that's going to be interesting. Once 2.1 comes out, then my plan for Factorio content in the future, which might be like a fair thing to go through now before we go into the extra hour, is that I will be stopping this series after today. I'll still be making 5-ish, 6 maybe YouTube videos covering the rest of it, and then make a single one, if I can get my act together, make a single one at the end with covering the whole thing. And then I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna continue on Sundays to make masterclass videos, or sort of prepare for masterclass videos, do design work, so that I can get a masterclass video out every week. And then at some point, who knows when, half an hour from now, or half a year from now, or 2 months from now, 2.1 comes out. We're gonna come back, and then we're going to. The idea is for me to come back, start a new series using my masterclass blueprints to design a base, and maybe make a base in a book series at that point. And that's my plan. So there will be a pause in Factorio content while we do other stuff this fall. And there are other stuff that I'm finding really interesting. There's going to be tomorrow is the release of another DLC, free DLC for Darkest Dungeon, so we're going to take a look at that next couple weeks. You have in a month from now, we have the House of Tesla's puzzle game, which also looks interesting. Then we have Star Rupture at the end of the year. We might have License Fair program later this fall. We have Pax Romana in November. So there's definitely something interesting this fall. And then there's all the stuff that we don't know yet that suddenly comes out of the woodworks, and we'll take a look at. But I do want to put Factorio on the side. It was a cool summer project, and summer is over. So this is also over. Riftbreaker had a significant update. Yes. I think that if they'd offered me a sponsorship, I would probably have played it. But I don't even know if they did offer me a sponsorship. They contacted me. They did offer sponsorship. Oh yeah, I ignored it. 1 round of content review, final approval required before publishing. That's not how we do things around here. So no, I don't do. I will never ever allow editorial rights on my YouTube videos. No exceptions. Never. I walked away from deals with that. That is an absolute cardinal point. And no matter what they say, I'll be like, and they're always like, well, we just want to make sure that you're mention the brand correctly. It's like, if you hire me, you have to trust that I can do this. If you don't trust that I can do this correctly, don't hire me. But the thing is, as soon as you know this, every one of you know it, and I know it, that if I am going to make a video and I know that someone has to see through it and approve it before it goes out, that's going to change the way I'm phrasing things. It will. I can tell myself that it won't, but it will. Even if they're just making sure that I mention the brand correctly, then I'm going to be less likely to be critical than I actually would be. And it's not because I want to be critical. If I have something to be critical about, then I'm not going to do a sponsorship. I have had sponsorships where I got the deal and I started playing it and I was like, I can't in good conscience do this. I think we should cancel the deal because I don't have positive things to say. I have had sponsorships doing that and just left money on the table because I didn't want to do a takedown video as a sponsor video, and I didn't want to lie to you about how good of a game it was when I thought it was utter shit. Yeah. So that's That's how it is. So I don't want to allow anyone to have yours. Also, the very practical thing is I usually do things at the last second, so I'm not going to be allowed to sort of make the video and then have them give them 3 days before it goes live. It'll be like I stream it, I record the video next day, it goes out at 4 o'clock. Lean operations. I can't do 3 days. I can't do work 3 days before a deadline. That's just completely impossible. If I could, I wouldn't be a YouTuber. I'd be working some proper job. I'm not here to do, and if I miss my own deadlines, then it'll be the next day, right? So, when a ship stays idle in orbit for a long time, do they have? Yeah, I do. I do think so, but it's a good point. So yeah, I might play Riftbreaker if it looks interesting, but we missed the chance. I'll have to play myself then. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna play it. I don't know. It was kind of fun to play, but it got a little bit too stressful, and it got a little bit sort of entangled in all the weapons upgrade, as I mentioned at the start of the stream. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna be saving, then we're gonna take a break, and then we have the bonus hour coming up. Goodies. All right, still good. Be back in 2 minutes. Look at what I found. So it took a little bit longer because I needed to grab the kitty. Hopefully that is okay. Ooh, look at him. He was sleeping right outside the door. Just hoping that I would come out to him. And I did. Look at that little biter. Such a cute little biter. So this is a good time for us to go into the more talking part, because base is working. We fixed the disaster that was approaching, and we can see another ship. Oof. Another ship is inbound. Ooh, that's not good. Nervous? What? Oh, that's interesting. Ah, dude, what the hell? That's a bad sign. Shit. Why? Bioflux. We don't have any bioflux. Fuckity fuck. Where's my bioflux? Where's my bioflux? Because bad stuff happens when I don't have bioflux. There. No. Why do we not have bioflux on? Oh, available on rocket side is 20,000, but it's not launching. Why is it not launching? Because there's no... Okay, sorry, Biter. You are going to go out of here. They don't have... Oh, panic. Okay, so who's in charge of that? From... Why do we not have one that goes between these two? Huh? Here? 8,000. Get that shit going. You got that. Get to Kleber now. No! Shit. It was not getting there. Damn. Get those 8,000 in. Okay, so we need to make a new spaceship. Natasha, what are you doing? You are... Okay, so I don't have any low density structure. I might have to just... can I just hack some things together here while I'm waiting for the ship to come in? I don't have any copper. I do have copper here. Plastic? Yes, plastic go in. Let's fucking go. No. What is this damn thing? There you go. Get in there. Just please panic. Do you have LDS requested in planetary requests? It gets there automatically. Because it is an outbound from Volcanus. If this is outbound here. My god, it takes forever. Why does it take so much time to get this shit in there? Like, it is en route, but somehow it's just not getting there. Why? Is this LDS? Maybe? Like, yeah, LDS here. Like, come on. Get in there. It's 2 more rockets, 2 more inbounds for everything. Okay, I'm gonna go over here and try to fix this, because this is gonna go very wrong soon. Okay, and over on Kleber, we are then getting a little bit down here. This is the one that has issues. We're getting a little bit in because everything is now stopped for this, so our ships are not coming in. Oh, I love this. We suddenly got busy. 25. Okay, some of it is actually working. This one's counting down now. Legendary armor. like that. I don't think there's much variation. Of course, since I'm running at half speed the game, then these are becoming more useful. So I could actually do this. That should make a request. Doesn't that make a request? This one? No. It does. There you go. Woo, faster. Okay, so I think actually I want to go to Volcanus and no, I can't. I have to go up here and fix all this shit. It's bad stuff. Bad stuff. Okay, let's go. You're still waiting. Come on. Okay, so now everything is en route, so let's get out of here. It'll still get there, so it just needs to come in. And didn't I schedule like a ship? Oh yeah, there we go. This ship. Okay, you're gonna get. Good. So this ship is going to be the trade lane between Volcanus and Gleba, because that doesn't exist. Yeah, see. Weird. Okay, so let me... Good. So that's between Volcanus and back and forth. Gleba. Space. Good. And that will be... No, I can't set these up yet, because then it'll be overriding it anyway. Fuck. Are you moving? You're still not moving. It's still waiting. There you go. Finally it's moving. Okay. So drop off this 8,000. Then when it drops off, I'm actually going to go back for another batch while the ship is going to take a while to make. It doesn't jeopardize yet, but will jeopardize. Okay, so the reason why this is dangerous is because if we run out of bioflux, this goes bad, yes, but this goes bad. This is not going to be fun to fix. So we really don't want this to be messed up. And therefore, when we see this problem, we have to respond, which is good. So this is the canary in the coal mine. Where is it? It's this one. There. You got that? This is somewhat incoming. Okay. There you go. Get in here. 23. Good. This is 0. Perfect. Let's get back. Then on Lebalicious. Nothing. And they're just sitting here getting old. But when we get that in of 8,000 load infrastructures, whee! It's gonna be happy. Why are you not working? Well, you are, but not very well though. We should see the LDS coming in soon. Please, pretty please. I know it takes forever. I'm just kind of waiting for each of the steps because there's a long lead time. A copper foundry to legendary. Oh, it's not a legendary. Ah, that's why it's so slow. Thank you. Output full. Nice. Yes. Where are those LDS coming in? Oh, there's something flying up here. Is that the LDS? Nope. That's something else. Yeah, I can't see what it is. Even though we're running at half speed, and where's that damn LDS going? Okay, so it is coming in. Good. And starting to slowly get in here. You also got your 100, but even 100 not gonna cut it. At least it's something. Alright, so our trade lane, this one. You're starting to see something. That means we can go here, here, and covet the one with the wings. And then we get this one done. Now this, we can actually start working on. So let me just look at the other ones. They have like each direction. So that's how we do it. We did make one each direction. So first one, I get one that says you to that one. And then one that goes the other direction. First we do the logistical setup here, and then after that we actually populate it with stuff. There's probably not going to be any of this. But what we now need to do is we need to say on Clever. Okay, something is launching. Perfect. I know. Damn it. Where's the... There, that one. Oh no. What is this? Someone has forgotten to do this setup. I should have this one. Okay, well, they're not there, so. Okay, so that's one. Aquilo, Fulgora inbound. Nothing. This system is a little bit broken. I mean, this. Nothing. Okay. Well, so far we're not missing anything, because none of these actually work or do something, but that one will work. Good. God, that's a lot of things that get killed. Okay, so it's still only here. Good. And Ringstrom, you are the one. Okay. Can we just go with what we get, so we don't get any more, and just go. Okay. We are gonna need a hell of a lot more of Ryu. Seriously? Did I kill the bot rockets creation? Shit, that's a disaster. God, that's awful. We're gonna need a lot of this shit. Go. And the inbound. No, that's the new one. This is the one we're working on. We don't have to. Little bit of panic, please. Little bit. Yep, and then this one's out. Good. And the stuff we need here is 8,000 from there. So now I just need you to start working. Fuck. Then I am looking for you, Ringstrom. You're coming in. You gotta be there. Okay, you're only now leaving? But how much you got? You got 40,000. Okay, so it needed to get 40,000. Let's go. In the hub, 4th row. Okay. Oh yeah, this one. Okay. So it is also, but you know, also not really That's not even it. This one. Yeah, and of course you're out of that because obviously you are. And Ringstrom coming in. You're gonna be saving us so badly. Get moving faster. 40,000. Man, I should have left that at midnight and just be like, oh, look at that, no problems, nothing bad ever happened. We do have a little bit of buffer here with the hypermethium, so it's a lot of ships. Yes, it's also maybe a little bit more ships than I technically need, but I got carried away. And it's easier to add one more than... There we go. Gone. Go. Go back. Pick it up again. Oh, this is the smaller version. It's a smaller version, but it checks out. Okay, so you're going back. Fine. And now we're going to go back to Navas. It's only this one that I care about, to be perfectly honest. Now we're just going to have to sit here and wait for this glorious sight. Bioflux, inbound, bio. 20,000 bioflux. Yes, please. 30,000. And then it starts going down because that's the stuff that gets requested. Look at this spray. This spray is the spray of salvation. Good. Let me get up here and start. So this is coming in here and it's only requesting 200 each. And it's a little bit not much because it's going to take forever to scale up. So I'm just going to go be a greedy here. There. Because otherwise it takes way too long. And this one should have 200 on... And can I just get a little bit more? Because otherwise nothing happens. This one. One, two. There. Okay, so then now they're starting to get in. So the thing I need now is I need to actually start recapturing things, which is what this one does. But are you coming in? Yeah, you are, but I need to... I'm going to fix one at a time. So let me... oops. There you go. That was all the stuff we could build now. And we should be getting more of this. Ugh, satisfaction 3. Ugh. On the way 1. Why is it building so slowly? Oh, because it's also requiring bioflux, right? Yeah. Go, go, go. So once it runs out of bioflux, bad stuff happens. 5. Okay, so now we're starting to see them convert back. You can probably reclaim a non-zero amount of UPS. Yes, a non-zero is probably correct number. If I wanted to reclaim something, I'd probably kill some of these ships and then move that to Volcanoes instead. It's a lot of stuff that's broken here. But as long as this one keeps filling out here, this one is saying that there's actually 400 roaming around on this. All these that are hungry, they should be fixed once this one goes around and up and down. Now these are popping, and we should also see this is coming up. Shouldn't they start going around here? I saw something going in. No? Yeah, there we go. This is what I want to see. Now they're no longer hungry. They're no longer hungry. And then they start healing. Okay, so that's one block fixed. Also good. How much we got on this belt? 500. Perfect. Whew. Butt rocket, yes. What CPU do you have? Do specs command. Well, I got one of the broken Intel ones. Okay. The first good news is this one. But hold on, we're not quite there because we made this one. Oh right, this actually needs to go to Volcanus and then to Gleba. Those are the ones. What did the other have as conditions? They have all requests in 5 seconds or 30 seconds. Okay, so that makes sense. All requests and little time passed or more time passed. There. All requests, time. There. Good. Are we ready? Good. Do we have power enough to go there? Yeah. Okay, good. So this is fine. We can actually set it off and take it off here. Good. Because you don't need the rockets for these inner world trips. Goes to Phoenix. You here. But this one has too long of a cycle to go around. Now let's go up to Gleba and make sure that this new change actually goes through. That one. Down here. These are all the input bands and then only the one is available. Then I also have to do the same thing on here, even though it's not necessary, but just, you know, consistency. This one. And the one that's missing is the one from that one. So none of these are active, but they could be. That's how I wanted the design to be. Gleba. Gleba ran out of LDS because it was not getting it in fast enough, and then it must have sort of been having enough, and then sort of as the science just kept going, it just kind of diminished, and then it suddenly couldn't keep up, and then it starts burning through the. Oh. Yeah, run away. Yeah, this is what we want to see. Except for you. Why not? Why are you not? Oh, you're not there yet. Come on. Really? Yeah. Okay, so you're also launching. And that is Ringstrom. 20,000 and then 19,000 launching. Ah, I don't want 19,000. I want 100. There we go, 20. Oh, on the way, 20. I got 20 and I need 20 more. Good. Off we go with that. Back to Novice. And let's launch some more rockets here. These ones are also getting something in, right? Yeah, they're coming in as well. And then as soon as they go in, they just launch. So it will recover by itself, but let's try to sort of speed it along a little bit. It has definitely recovered. All of this has been reclaimed by itself. Also this part, reclaimed by these two. Clipper importing, yeah, it's importing. I want it to be importing, but now it's also self-crafting because I was freaking out and it was easy to set up the crafting. It didn't do much, but it was there. Okay. And the final one to fix. Luckily we got an advance warning, so we didn't have like the real issue here yet. Because the real issue would be if this thing ran out and then all of these started reverting, then it goes quick. Because they're all synchronized, and then if they run out, ugh, everything runs out. Why do these convert sooner than the others? Because I think I was cutting this one a little bit closer. I think I was having not enough to go all the way around. I think. Okay. Almost all of it is converted. This one is converting. This is all converted. This one is almost there. Woof. Stable. Happy. And we still have 3 rating. It's so far not really consuming so much as I thought we would. It's 55,000. $917 per second. Yeah. So if it's on a 60-minute cycle, but it's more than a 60-minute cycle, because otherwise I would be able to see it here. So the question is, how big is the cycle? Here we can see the time between them. That's what we tried to calculate last time. 51 and 11. So that's 40 minutes. Yeah, so it's 40 minutes. This case looks like it's 40 minutes plus the 30 minutes of craft time. So 70 minutes of cycle time. So it makes 989,000 divided by 70 minutes divided by 60 seconds. Oops. Divided by. That's 235 signs per second on average. Multiplied by 4 ships. That's actually 4 ships is enough. You can see here, if we need 517 and I'm producing 541 with 4 ships, it's actually enough. Whew, what a disaster we averted. Oof. Right. The one thing I should be doing is going to Volcanus and making a design for low density structure that automatically inserts into rocket silos. So basically has like dedicated rocket launchers like this, for example. That would be handy and something I really should do and also should do sooner. Alert for low bioflux. We talked about making an alert for low bioflux, and did I make one? I talked about making one. Is that good enough? Go bio flux on novice. There you go. Joy. It works. That should have done that. Should have done that long ago. Okay, I need to get this one to go away. Science, we're 1.4. Okay, so one of these ships should be... okay, so let's trace what happens. It just went to 1.4. 1.4, that means this ship is... it should be getting this one in now, because it's no longer waiting. Okay. So... Oh, this one. I wonder what that was. Maybe that was the one that sent it off? Guess so. Yes, it's on the way now. So this comes up. This one goes, flies to Aquilo, drops it off. One of these ships picks it up. Which one? I don't know. Presumably the one that arrived first. And then it'll go inwards. So let's trace that as it completes the cycle. There we go. There we go. And it flies out. Flies at 500. It's going to take a little time to get out there. But all this, as long as this can drop, but as long as it doesn't drop to 0, then it's okay. If it drops to 500,000, fine. It still needs the barrel to do a round trip before it is allowed to go out. Okay. Let's have a look at the things we fixed. This one, empty. This one, filling up. 3 more, there we go. Now it's full. And then we have the new ship here, this one. We're non-legend, not sure if you care about it. I don't care about it now. I saw it. This is also why I checked that some of them were rare. There was like 6 of them are rare. But I'm not fixing legacy stuff, because then it'll never end. Legacy stuff fixing. Yeah, so we still are in the are legendary Teslas enough for endgame? Yes. So we still sort of have that opportunity for... Ooh, look at that. Okay, that sucks. So we're not actually able to keep up with the production of this. Ugh. Okay, I can do that in the last seconds here. If we want to make... Yeah? Yeah. If you have some questions or something to... then we still have that AMA thing going. We always have the AMA thing going, so... Anything you might be interested in talking about, feel free to shoot. Otherwise, we'll just focus on the game. As boring as that is. Samurai. I wonder if I could fly away from myself. No. It does register that something is inbound. Something important is inbound. Thank you, Samagod, for not abandoning me mid-orbit. No warnings. All good. Where's the ship? There it is. Fading in. Happy. Off we go. And Navis. Production. So for the last 3.6 hours, if I may repeat my questions. Yes. How did you tell your kids about your relationship situation and the workshop that you are attending? Workshops. Oh, I don't tell them about the workshops. But thank you, Matt, for re-asking your question. I completely missed that. I must have been, I think it was right before a break or something. I So I talked to my son, and he has 4 girlfriends, as in girl friendly, well, whatever, girl friends that are girls, whatever, um, in his class, and they are like 5 people hanging out, playing games, and having fun. So that's nice. And I was like, I asked them, so they're your girlfriends? I was like, oh, hang out with the girlfriends. Like, they're not girlfriends. You can't have more than one girlfriend. It's like, yeah, sure I can. I have 2 girlfriends. Really? Like, yeah. Oh. And that's the extent of that conversation. So, not much in terms of that. But they have my girlfriends haven't met my kids, and that I've not met their kids either. So this is kind of how we want to keep it. It's an adult relationship. It's not sort of get all mixed up with families. They do know about us and the constellation we're in, but not timeless. Again, workshops, I don't say that. I'm just going out. Um, I had one thing, which is something important to remember, I think, sort of out of context of the particular kind of thing, was some years ago, I never really talked about it. Like, I never talked about I was going out. I never talked about that. So somehow my daughter had sort of gotten the impression that she said something where it's like, oh, but when we're with you, then mom has Nikolai, her husband. But when we're with mom, you're all alone. And I was like, oh, sweetie, I'm not alone. But then I realized that, oh yeah, because I wanted to keep so private and not get them involved, I've given them the impression that when they were not with me, I was just sitting all alone all week. So I was like, okay, that doesn't work. Again, sort of in the parenting context, I was like, I have to sort of be able to tell them that I'm doing other stuff and I have a life, and I'm not just like a parent sitting idle with the week that they're gone, and then when they come back, then yeah, I wake up again. Um, and yeah, so now I'm basically saying I'm going out, going to a party or something, but they know that on Tuesdays and Fridays I go to rope. I'm just saying, oh, I'm going to rope, or I'm just saying I'm going out, and they know that what it is. But if it's like, oh, you're going out, it's like, yeah, I'm going to rope. Okay. And I've my son hasn't registered it. He doesn't care, or no interest. So whatever, it could be anything, and he wouldn't really register that. My daughter, I've talked to her because he's also 15, and she goes out, and I have a bamboo hanging in my living room. So like if she has friends over, they might be like, "What is that?" And then, so I wanted to give her some context so she can find out slowly. So I've been talking to her about like what it is from a non-sexual perspective, of course, and then I went out for a long walk with her right before she left for boarding school, and we were talking about something, and I talked about my girlfriends, um, and I was like, you know what, we want to see a picture of what we did. I think it's really aesthetic and beautiful, and she was like, maybe. I was like, okay, and then I showed her a picture of me sort of in a forest where I hang my girlfriend up with my red ropes on a sort of in the middle of a green forest. It was really beautiful in a very aesthetic sense, and she's clothed and all that. So just like, so she could see like, oh, it's some really aesthetic thing that looks like complicated and aesthetic and sort of something you do with others. That's kind of the impression that I want to give without any other context. So now she knows what it is, and she can ask more. And I said, you can ask more if you're more interested, but I'm not going to be pushing it on you. So that's kind of how I deal with it. It's really difficult when sort of different ages and different maturities, and are you going to be lying about it? Because I don't want to be lying about it. I don't want to involve my kids in my sexual endeavors. That's not for them. On the other hand, I don't want to be caught in a lie so that they find out like, oh, so for the last 5 years, every time you went to yoga, you actually went to a sex club, and like that feels like it's a betrayal of trust. So because at some point they're gonna realize that what it is and what it might be, and so I'd rather be sort of I'd rather be saying I haven't said everything explicitly, but I have not said anything that was explicitly not true. Like, I'm going out. I'm not saying what I'm going out for. So, yeah. True. Be honest with your kids, without saying too much. Yes, because I know other people who were like, they say, "Oh, I go to yoga," and then that the lie becomes more elaborate, and then it was like, because I just heard from one of my friends, and she was like, "Oh," and she was like, "Oh, but I'm not going to yoga because the guy she's seeing wasn't going," and then the kids were like, "But why do you not go to yoga without your boyfriend there? Can't you go yoga without your boyfriend?" It's a special couples yoga, so like, then you just kind of pile on the lies, and it just gets more and more elaborate of kind of trying to keep track of what have you said and why, and in the end it's gonna end up being like, oh, so you just lied to me the last 3 years, yay. So it's that balance, right? You can, and everyone strikes their own balance of how much and how. The lie is like admitting it's wrong. Yes, that's also one of the things that I want to. I also want to normalize it, but I don't want to be sort of shocking them or anything like that. So it's again, like, just kind of giving them this idea, and at some point she'll hear something, and then she'll be like, "Hold on, isn't that what my dad is doing?" Hmm. And she might Google some things and stuff like that, and that's fine. But I think those kind of things should come as a slow realization, and not as an abrupt shock of just like, oh my god, everything was a lie, or an abrupt shock of like, whoa, too much information. Why are you telling me this? So yeah, but it's a good question, because it's something that I've been contemplating a lot, and it's also something that I have talked to other people, because everyone has their own sort of way of addressing it. I went wrong in I intended no judgment. Wait. What? No. I mean, I was admitting it's wrong. Yeah, I got it, because that's also, I got it. Like, admitting it wrong, as in you're signaling that there's something wrong with it by lying about it, and you're also signaling that lying is okay if you're something you're too embarrassed to talk about. Like, that's not exactly what you want to teach your teenagers, right? You'd really want them to be like, you can share everything with me. Oh, like, you didn't share this with me? It's different because I'm adult. Right. Indeed, the correct approach. Easier said than done. That still, yes. And you never know. What might be like perfectly makes sense might still come as a shock, and it depends on the kids and the stuff. Like, as an example of something where I'm like, okay, that's a little bit much. Like, I have a friend. She's also studying sexology and also an eccentric, and she has some kids. And then when she saw her daughter came into the bathroom, and she saw her daughter playing with the water hose. And then, what do you do when you see that with your young daughter? Well, she was like, "Oh, you should try screwing the top off, and then you can try to, if you push it like that, if you go like this, it's much more comfortable." There you go. Like, okay, I think that's maybe like a little, to me, a little bit too hands-on with like sex ed for your kids. But she was like, "It's the most natural thing in the world." It's like, yes, it is, and it's good. But again, everyone has the certain boundaries on what is private and how explicit do you talk about things. Since my parents didn't tell me anything, have to learn from magazines then. Yeah, yeah, and wish they would be more open. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? It's really difficult to have this conversation. Like, I can tell my ex-wife is really uncomfortable with these conversations. I am not uncomfortable with it because I'm also studied sexology, so I have a method of talking about it. I routine. I sort of untabooed it. Um, but it's really difficult if you have a shy teenager who just kind of shuts down on any of those conversations. It took a long time just kind of talking about like I think like what are they called? Health pads, whatever, for women, like that kind of thing. Like for her to say, "Oh, I'm running out. Can you buy some more?" was like a major hassle, and like it's perfectly natural, but there's so much taboo, and I think unfortunately that it has gotten worse, not better. These days, I don't think the internet has helped. It has maybe, but now it's sort of, yeah, I don't know. I think young kids today are really fucked up in terms of what they think is correct and what they don't. Also, something you heard multiple times from different sources that young people today have less sex than previous generations. That doesn't surprise me, and it's fucked up. Have a good week. Thank you, Jujin, for joining. And thank you for helping that glorious hype train along. Unfortunately, you didn't get your ship, but well, there'll be other things and other times, and it is very much appreciated. Yeah. Have Twitch and YouTube. Yes, but that's the problem is that it's at best it gives a wrong impression. Maybe next game. Maybe next game. Yes. I don't know. I think it's just I think it's difficult to find the right balance. But I also think that I've talked to the schools about it. Like they are just there's a mandate about sex ed, and the teachers are so gun shy, and they just kind of like, oh, we forgot. Okay, never mind. Next year. That's funny how that's something that they are always trying to get out of that. I don't know why. Oh, that's a lot of stuff we have here. These two, this is accumulating because we're not really using legendary tungsten anymore. A grown man playing factory games for me to watch. Absolutely. That's what the internet truly is made for. It's a little bit silly to do this design, but I kind of want to. Yeah. This is actually a block. Oh, right. I don't have all the stuff in here. Yeah. Honest Victoria question. What do you think of quality? For me, it ruins the fun because Legend just makes things too easy. I think that think about the expansion without quality. It would be so easy and so dull. Like quality is it's really good for two ways. It gives an end game that is completely optional, and that's a good thing. So you don't have to use it, but if you use it, then you can get extra benefits. Legendary everything isn't as easy to come by once you don't have legendary the ships anymore. So in 2.1, legendary will feel a little bit more like legendary, and therefore might sort of not get everything legendary all the time everywhere. But you know, also 600 hours into a single game, maybe you deserve to have the best of the best. So I think I think it's an incredibly well defined, well designed, and I also, when I heard it first, I was like, yeah, they did that to kill me, because masterclasses are like, designs got really stale in vanilla Factorio, because, or base game Factorio, because there was like, okay, this is kind of the best 8 beacon design, this is the best 16 beacon design, and that's the end of the world. Done. Now, because of the beacon nerf, and particularly because of quality, then it's less obvious, because some people will be like, oh, but I have a, if you play it sort of a little more casual, they'll be like, oh, but I have uncommon furnaces and rare beacon and common quality modules and epic quality power poles and whatever, and you mix and match, and therefore, hey, your design is the best you design, the best my design, they're not the same, so you can no longer make masterclasses that sort of have the final design. This is the design, never to be outdone. But yeah, it doesn't kind of work out that way, and it just gives a nice extra challenge of sort of building a design that works with normal, rare, and legendary quality. So I think that it adds a lot, because otherwise the game would just be really shallow. So I like it. I think it's awesome. And the numbers get a little bit silly, and I think that's kind of what you mean. So I think that they mess something up with the balance of how good things are. Because you, like, okay, let's just say, now that I'm actually kind of building this thing here, which I'm not going to complete, but let's just make like a modest build like this. 110 low density structures per second is kind of a silly number for something that is so cumbersome as low density structures. And like, the numbers become a little bit silly really, really quickly. Just like 300 per second. That's also like, max speed 300, really? No, 600. So when one machine can make 600 per second, I think something got a little off. Like, yeah, we know we need a lot of green circuits, and then stacking of 4 on a belt is nice, but it doesn't quite sort of match up to 600 per second. Robots, no, because each robot can carry 4, so that doesn't really match up, which means that in the end, when you look at designs, what is the majority of the design? Like, there's small designs, and it's basically rocket silos, most of it. Red actually takes a little bit of space, but aside from that, it's like not much. Every build is so small. Like this teeny tiny little build here, this is all we need. 760 red circuits per second, which is, yeah, that I feel is probably one of the things that, okay, got a little bit silly, got a little out of hand. And the mod, like, how are we even gonna get it out here? 120, 120, 120, 120. So this is 480 per second coming out here. So I would need, this would be 600, and that's the best case. This can barely keep up with 1. And if you want to put it out on belts, that's going to be 80 is the maximum, so that's 8. And that's not even going to cut it. And this is not going to cut it, I think. And then we don't have the inputs, whatever. Like, it, yeah. Problems. But even then, this would not be enough because this would only get us 480 outbound because that's how much we can get on the belt. Yeah. So I think numbers got a little bit silly, and especially with some of the liquids where they hit a hard limit. So useless legendary powerball pre-release. What? Onset of a useless legendary powerball? No, I don't think so. I really, when we saw the powerballs, I really like those because of the range and yeah. So it's. I think that the lack of trains and the fact that trains don't really make sense anymore is going to kill some of the longevity. I have a tough time. I think I can definitely see one more playthrough with my new city blocks. But beyond that, I don't know. I don't think there's much depth to it from that. But I don't know. But on the other hand, if we can um we if we can if we can get another 500 hours out of this expansion, I mean, we're not exactly in a place to complain, right? Just did my last 500 hours save with the new city block, and I'm probably done for a while, but that's just me. 500 hours in city blocks, crazy. How the hell can you put that in since I came up with the city blocks? Like, that's not that long ago. Right, so let's go back here. Let's go here. Take a look at it for the last 3.8 hours, 3.9 hours. Yeah, but we've been very good. And you can't even see this. There's nothing to see here because that's also a little bit more. Yeah. So it's stable. It's working. The one thing that we were worried about, this one, and you're out. And once this one goes, off we go. Well, the big issue that we were not sure we could solve has been solved in an absolutely beautiful and also robust way with these ships. Like, these ships are amazing, and the design of how to pace it, how to do a round trip, how to minimize all the downtime is super amazing. So I'm super proud of that, and I know that this was something when we started this endeavor and people said you can't do that, just ignore the agricultural science, and just like, I got so annoyed, as you could rightfully see. Just do this one. This is the one that counts. I go, no, because the two most difficult and annoying ones are taken out, and plus all the other stuff. Like, you're missing so much. So just only using this, you cannot, in good conscience, call it a mega factory. In my opinion, Megabase, because you're just taking away the most difficult stuff. And go like, oh, but that's because you can't do this. Well, you can do it. It kills the frame rate, sure, but you can do it. Frame rate's over 30. Over 30. Look at that. We're back up to 31. Okay. Yeah, look at it. So that's another save for the cloud storage. Yes. So we're gonna save this and call it final for now. And I'm gonna upload this for patrons so you can see the final base. You can tinker, you can tweak, you can steal, you can do whatever you want. And we'll just upload that Megabase and do that immediately so that we make sure that it gets done. I usually do that at the end of the stream, even though I forget to mention that I do it. Yeah, so there's of course things I could continue to do, but that doesn't really make sense at this point. I might come back for some random stream at some point and then coming back here. I have 28, 29 on your Megabase save. Nice. Yeah, and I ended up with 31 or 30, and that's because the ships are now more idle than not. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining on this awesome Factorio journey. We're going to be continuing Sunday with more Factorio. That's going to be masterclass on Clever, I think. Masterclass anyway. And then on next week, we'll be diving into Darkest Dungeon 2, Curse of the Court, with mosquito vampires. Super fun, I hope. And do join. And then we're going to take a look at whatever new game comes along. Good night, everyone. Take care. Thank you for the hype train. And I'll see you guys. Good night. Stay effective.